Good evening, everyone watching at home. We are live here at City Hall. It is just before 6 p.m. School board meeting is scheduled to start at 6 p.m. They will go through a regular board standing committee agenda prior to having a special board where they will deal with school closure reviews. So, once again, it's approaching 6 p.m. and the meeting will start shortly. The meeting should begin momentarily. As soon as it begins, we will have live audio.
Sorry about that.
The meeting will begin shortly. As soon as the meeting begins, we will have full audio. The meeting is about to begin.
Okay, if everyone could take their seats, I'd like to call to order the Standing Committee meeting for Monday, March 24th at 6 p.m. We're looking at item number 2, approval of the agenda. But before we do so, I just want to note that Trustee Petal will be joining us via phone a bit later in the meeting when she's available. Otherwise, we do have everyone else present. So item 2, approval of the agenda. I'm looking for a mover. Trustee Glauser, seconder. Trustee Simmons, questions, comments? All in favor? That's unanimous. Number 3, declarations of conflict of interest. Are there any conflicts of interest to declare? Seeing none, Madam Chair, have you received any? No? Okay, moving to number 4, Finance Committee from March 5th, 2014. I'll look to the Chair of Finance, Trustee Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to present the Finance Committee report and draw people's attention to the fact that the board priorities in terms of the budget development are here in this report, and that there was support for the 5 priorities that were put out for consultation. That there is a motion about snow clearing that was moved by Trustee Terkstra about using the potential operational savings from our consolidation of schools, which, as we know, will be quite considerable as a result of the long-term facilities master plan, and that we look at clearing the snow on the blacktop surfaces at elementary schools on a priority basis where feasible and accessible. Then you'll also see that we've looked at the education development charges policy, as we are required to do so, discuss the secondary school design manual, and have come up with a date for the budget workshop, Mr. Chairman, which is open to the public, which will be on May the 13th.
Thank you.
If I could move the report.
Thank you. Moved by Trustee Bishop. Do we have a seconder? Trustee Terkstra. Any questions or comments on the report? Trustee Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a point of clarification on page 4-1, item 3, just around the secondary school design manual. Just wondering if that includes options for theaters.
We'll look to the director.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can I please have help with the question?
So back to Trustee Simmons.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding what the item is, but it looks like finance is looking at building designs for secondary schools and options around that. And I'm just wondering if part of that included theater options.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Simmons. So at the meeting, Chair Brennan came and actually outlined a process for secondary school design. So we'll turn it to Jessica.
Yes, no, there was no decision about what needs to be in, just a process, and very shortly the trustees individually will be asked what they would like to include in the design, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of individuals discussing a theater.
Just clarification on that point. It's important to realize that trustees will have the input as far as what they would like to see in the new school before the design manual is developed by the Finance Committee. Is that correct? And secondly, through the chair, those dates have not been firmed up when trustees can meet with the architect. Thirdly, will those dates?
Chair Brennan.
No, those dates haven't been firmed up, and I have got it on my very first item on my list of things to do for tomorrow.
From March 6th, I'm presenting that report, so I'll turn the chair over to Trustee Brennan.
This is the part of the meeting where, in fact, my papers get mixed up with Trustee White's, and then we spend the rest of the meeting looking desperately for where are the papers. So this time we've been able to make the transition very smoothly. We now move to the Policy Committee report, and that would, of course, be Trustee White.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to report on the Policy Committee report from March 6th. There are 4 action items in this report. The committee did a very minor review of the diversity and equity pillar policy. There were no content changes. It was a reorganization of the current policy to get in line with our policy design or template. Item 2 on the equity and inclusive education policy. that did undergo some changes. They were all ministry mandated, including the change of title to the policy itself. So there were no content changes as requested by the committee. Item 3, the recruitment and selection policy. Once again, this was a minor review, all ministry mandated, nothing from the committee. Item number 4 is the harassment policy and directive. And once again, that was ministry mandated and no changes by the committee were made. So in summary, we have 4 mainly ministry mandated or housekeeping items that the committee is bringing forward for approval. And in terms of additional matters for information, the committee did discuss our volunteer policy, have requested further changes, and it will be discussed early in April, as well same for the transportation policy that will be discussed in April. And lastly, we will also discuss on that agenda, due to a lack of time, we've rescheduled that for April. It's a discussion around the cancellation of school and board administrative operations. So Madam Chair, I'm happy to move the report.
Thank you for the overview. Do we have a seconder for that? Trustee Bishop, thank you very much. Yes, Trustee Terkstra.
Thank you very much for the report, Madam Chair. I was just hoping that in future have these that noted what's different from the original, or it's in italics or something, because as someone who's not on the policy committee and I'm reading through the policy, I don't know what has changed, what has been discussed, or what's ministry mandated. So that would be appreciated.
To the chair of the committee, just an explanation of that process.
Sure. Just in terms of the process, and perhaps this is more of a governance issue, the committee does receive those changes, and in fact there's a tracking sheet template where we see the changes from meeting to meeting or from the previous document to the current document. But the practice in terms of paper and the size of our reports is that that's distributed to trustees, and trustees can look at the policy committee report. If there is a strong desire from trustees to have all of that included, it is available, but the question, at least in terms of governance, is whether we include everything from the committee in these reports or we produce a simplified final version for approval.
Just for clarification then, any trustee not on the committee would have all that information at the committee time. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
That's right.
Okay, that's my understanding. So we'll try and be perhaps a little more forthright in reminding people that if they want the particular material, that would be the right time to get it. Thank you for the question. I have a mover, Trustee White, and a seconder, Trustee Bishop. Bishop and Glauser are beginning to look alike. Trustee Bishop, all those in favor of receiving the report? Thank you very much. That is unanimous for. So then I am staying up here in front of you for the item 6, which is the French Immersion Advisory Committee. And if I could look to the director, I understand that would be presented by Executive Superintendent Manny Figueredo. Am I incorrect?
Through you, Madam Chair, Superintendent Figueredo is away. He had an accident and is dealing with an injured leg, so I want to let trustees know where he is this evening. The FIAC committee report that is here before you, he was not planning to provide any presentation to that. It was simply brought before you as the work of the committee that evening, and it's for your discussion as needed.
Okay, thank you for that. There are 2 motions there. Trustee White, I wonder if you can, you are the representative to that committee. I wonder if you can help us through this.
Thank you. So this is one of the first reports that we're seeing, or the first report from FIAC as under our new advisory committee terms of reference. So within this report, this basically outlines all of the discussion points at the French Immersion Committee meeting. I won't go through each of the items, but there are 2 action items that the committee are recommending to the board. So, Madam Chair, if rather than approve the report, if I did move the report, then we'd be approving the 2 action items. So if we could address the 2 items separately, I would have motions on each item. So perhaps, if I may, I will start.
Yes, I'm happy for us to do them as separate motions. I wonder if you could take the first one then.
Thank you. So the first motion under number 1 is that FIAC requests that the board re-examine the start date of the 2015 or start date of 2015 for French immersion at Sherwood and consider the feasibility of changing it back to 2016. So Madam Chair, what I'd like to do is move a motion to refer this to our new programs committee in April, pending approval of the terms of reference.
Here for that motion? Yes, Trustee Terkstra. Trustee White, did you want to speak to it first?
Yeah, just to speak to it briefly, some of the background and rationale for this motion is provided on the report. Trustees may remember that the first suggested date was 2016 for French immersion at Sherwood, but our transition plan was planned for 2015 when we had reorganized our north cluster and our south cluster, so it was bumped up to 2015, but now since then, the mountain has been bumped up even further to 2014, and the north has been bumped back to 2016. So the committee felt that 2015 now, while trying to align with the others, no longer aligns with any of the 2. So they're recommending pushing it back 1 further year. So once again, I mean, this is a discussion we could have here at Standing Committee, but I think this is a item that perhaps the Program Committee could dig a bit deeper under their new mandate if approved, I believe next week, or no, later tonight. So that's why I've made the motion to refer it to the new committee.
Yes, Trustee Orban.
Madam Chair, my understanding is that a number of French immersion students are planning to attend Glendale for the French immersion program. So that came up. Were those people notified? It was just decided we're going to not do back or forward or whatever we do.
I think, Trustee Orban, my understanding is that there has been no decision, and that it's come to us to do something with, and then this motion is suggesting that it go to the program committee for consideration and recommendation back to us.
But I guess my question will lie in the fact that are we going to miss the opportunity to have high school? And that's all I'm saying, because I've spoken to parents who were, nothing has been said. All of a sudden, there's a change.
Okay, let me, if I could. Yes,
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam
Director?
Chair. The board did pass a motion which, as part of the program strategy, chose to move some students starting in 2015 to Sherwood who would have gone to Westdale previously. So the French immersion program was passed by this board, and what I understand is FIAC is requesting the board to consider 2016 as opposed to 2015, and whenever the board is ready, we have the rationale and the data for why it was proposed to you originally for 2015.
I'm kind of disappointed, and I think some parents.
Thank you for the comment. Trustee Hicks, then.
It should also go to an executive council at the same time, in my opinion.
It's my understanding executive council is a senior operational committee, and it would naturally go, I would think, through the director for consideration, but we as a body, I do not believe can refer to that committee. Yes, Mr. Director.
Through you, Madam Chair, staff will be prepared to bring forward thinking, data, rationale, wherever you choose to place the discussion, if you wish to place the discussion somewhere.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on the, yes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I supported the motion for it to go to program because we don't have what the critical mass is for proper programming for French immersion attached to this. So I think some more discussion needs to happen, and the new program committee makes sense. And then, of course, you know, the students who would be starting in French immersion in grade 9 in 2015, then be attending Westdale, and they would be at Westdale, my assumption, for their high school career. So the change to 2016 is affecting those 97 students staying at Westdale, and then what does that mean for the students 7 who will be going in 9 at Sherwood? So I don't see us making a decision on it here tonight because we don't have enough information. So that's why I supported it going to program to continue discussion and the, I would say, consultation with the group that was intending to go.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the issue? Okay, we had it moved by Trustee White, seconded by Trustee Turkstra. I just want to confirm that this item be referred to the as a first item to the Programs Committee once it is in fact installed. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. Yes, Trustee White.
And Madam Chair, on the second motion, action item, that reads from the French Immersion Committee that they recommend that the Policy Committee amend the transportation policy to expand the yellow school bus transportation service to include all eligible elementary French immersion students from grade 1 to grade 8 across Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board. So, Madam Chair, with this motion, I would like to refer this to the Policy Committee as information, so the committee can discuss what to do with this item, or do with this action item.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think, is there some, do we need the motion restated, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, that was a bit convoluted. This motion is simply to refer to the Policy Committee for information.
Do I have a seconder for that? Yes, Trustee Bishop, thank you very much. Trustee White, to the motion.
And just a brief explanation of the referral to policy for information. The Policy Committee is currently looking at the transportation policy. It has not been approved for consultation at this point, so we can't make a motion to refer this as part of consultation feedback because there is no consultation at this point. So right now what would happen is it would go to Policy Committee. They could decide at the next meeting whether to incorporate this, or they themselves could refer this motion to, or this idea to, the consultation process. So in other words, there's really no other place to put this than with policy to decide based on where the policy takes its next step.
Okay, Trustee Turkstra.
By expanding, do they mean door service or?
Yes, to
Expanding
Trustee
the
White,
yellow service?
can you give us some understanding?
Yeah, the motion is actually, this one was held over from last fall before they had their official mandate and retabled or re-recommended the same motion. But it's not the actual pickup that they're trying to change. We do acknowledge the centralized pickup spots for French immersion, but for those middle school students, so the students from grade 6 to 8, they receive our pass versus yellow school bus mode of transportation to school. Whereas other elementary students from 6 to 8 in an English stream would actually receive a yellow school bus. So they want the same mode of transportation, but accept the central drop-off points.
They didn't want that specific in the motion? This doesn't say grade 6 to 8, it says grade 1 to 8.
Yes. Go through the chair. Do we got this orchestrated? Yes, Trustee White.
So, that's an excellent point. The background is not there for that item, but they already received it from grades 1 to 5. So by saying 1 to 8, it would include what they already received in terms of grades 1 to 8.
Yes, Trustee Churchster, is that...
Yes, I guess that would also have to go to finance.
Yes, Trustee White, anything, thoughts on that?
The transportation policy, and perhaps I'll look to the superintendent of business in the corner there, who I can almost see. The superintendent is bringing a financial breakdown to policy, so the policy committee, while not the finance committee, will be looking at some of the financials, and at some point that will in fact have to go to finance. So I'm not sure whether now is the time, but that absolutely is the intention with what changes are coming along with the policy, the new transportation policy changes.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you. Trustee Orban?
Question is, because it's going to transportation policy, I am getting calls regarding
Trustee White says he knows the answer, but I'm not sure if he's the right one to give the answer. May I go to the director, please?
Through you, Madam Chair. The changes to French immersion are not happening this September. And the program strategy, in terms of most of its major implementation, is also not happening this September, with the exception of those areas that the trustees are already aware of, for which we are examining transportation. So I don't believe that this matter needs to be settled for anything that's happening this September.
For that?
My question continues to be then that if the parents' expectation, I'm thinking of a specific, that things will be once again reviewed. Do I hear the director saying, and will those parents be notified?
Let's go back to the director. Thank you.
Unless the board makes a different decision, Madam Chair, all parents in every school have received a letter regarding what they could expect in terms of transportation going into next year. It's something that when we had to make some decisions last year, it accompanied a letter that spoke to what was coming forward. So unless a different decision is made by this board, all that communication has happened.
Thank you. So we have a motion by Trustee White regarding the policy committee, referring this item to the policy committee. And who was the seconder, please? Sorry, Trustee Bishop, I obviously have a complete blank in my mind as to who you are. But my apologies for that. Any other speakers to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? That too is unanimous. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We're moving on to item number 7, which is the Rural School Committee Advisory Committee report from February 12th. On the report, it is submitted by Superintendent Gardner, so I'll just look to Superintendent Gardner if she has anything to add on the report. Being a no, so basically I do not see any action items in this report, so I'm not sure if a trustee would like to move to just simply accept the report, or we're just receiving it for information. Seeing as no one's jumping at the opportunity, we'll move on to item number 8, which is our 2014 trustee elections, and that's the determination and distribution calculations. And on this report, I believe we're looking to the director.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The report that's before you outlines the information that we are expected to submit on a regular basis, and it's there in its entirety for trustees' decision.
Mr. Chairman, this was a good report. We have discussed this at length, but I think as trustees we need to reiterate that we will never have a really good system of allocating trustees to wards while our ward system is so broken. If you look at the quotient, which quotient is actually the electoral group population by ward times the number of trustees, you will see that there are huge disparities between wards, and that is because the ward system as we have it also has huge disparities within wards. And so although we have spent a great deal of time trying to make sure that we have a fair system so that a trustee does not have a larger amount of the public to represent than any other, we in fact have very big differences between trustees, ranging between 1.61 electoral group quotient for wards 11 and 12 to Ward 15 being 0.66 almost. Well, I'm not good at math, but you can see for yourself that this is nearly a third smaller in terms of the population to be served. So I'm hopeful that that at some point the City Council will deal with the matter of representation by population and make more equal wards in this city, which would then allow us to provide a more equal distribution of trustees in a fairer way to represent our communities. But we're hamstrung by the ward system, which we cannot change.
Thank you, Trustee Bishop. By the way, would you like to move the ever so unfavorable report? Moved by Trustee Bishop. Is there a seconder for the recommended action? Trustee Terkstra. Any further comments or questions? Trustee Orban. Yes, our Officer of Trustee Services is indicating yes, it has already gone to City Hall. Okay, seeing no further comments or questions, all in favor of the approved action? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. Moving to item number 9. And this report is coming from our director, and this is the naming of the new South Secondary School. We'll look to the director for an explanation on the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The report before the trustees this evening regarding the New South Secondary School mirrors reports that this board has seen previously. As it is outlined there, our process has been followed in terms of the engagement with our community, and before you is all of the information that emerged from that process.
Thank you, Mr. Director. So I do have Trustee Hicks and Trustee Orban. Before I go to Trustee Hicks, I just want to reiterate the board's policy when it comes to naming of schools. So we are receiving 3 names as recommended by our naming committee, which is comprised of mainly parents and other educators. We, as a board or standing committee, have 2 choices according to the policy. One choice is to move and accept one of the 3 names on the recommended list. The second option is to refer this item back to the naming committee to then suggest to us 3 further names. Or the third item, which is not mentioned in the policy, but any trustee always has the opportunity to move a motion to on the subject if they so choose. So those are basically the 3 options we have available to us as per the policy. So I do have a speakers list already going, so I'll look to Trustee Hicks.
My comments would be on process first. It was always my understanding that the committee would look and accept nominations, and I always thought that within the process, trustees that group to be considered. I'd like to do tonight is I'd like to add one name to the three that have been, that we were dealing with. Evidently, from what you've just said, that not happen.
So just to clarify to the question and comment, that was the old policy, I believe, where we would add another name to the list. Under the new policy, which was just approved last school year, there's no need to add a fourth name to the list because technically none of them are on the table. There was simply a recommendation to us. So if there is a preferred name or an alternate name, that can be added by any trustee at any time, not to the list, but as a recommendation to this board if they feel that that should have consideration. So at this point, we do not have a motion on the floor. So right now, really, any trustee can move any motion, whether it's a referral back, a new name, or one of the three names on the list.
Well, at this time, through the chair, with total respect for the three names that have been submitted, terrific names. They've contributed to the culture of the world, to the culture within Hamilton and that. But I believe that we should be also considering, with those three names, an educator. So at this time, I would like E. Hutton's name to be included for naming of the new South School. I can give rationale at this time if you'd like.
That's the list. That wouldn't be in order because there is no list for consideration. That was a recommendation from a committee.
Then I would have to say that I would like it to be considered now.
Okay, so Trustee Hicks is moving that the name of the new South School be named, do you want to give this exact specific name that you prefer?
A. Hutton Secondary School.
Thank you, Trustee Hicks. Before you speak to that, is there a seconder for the motion to name the second South Secondary School E.A. Hutton Secondary School? Seconded by Trustee Simmons. So it is on the floor. So Trustee Hicks, you have the floor.
It was my understanding, and I read the information that trustees received, and and maybe Trustee Orban can help me on this because Trustee Orban was on the committee, that the name was not considered any further because there was a concern that anybody involved with Hill Park or Barton wasn't appropriate to consider those names, to carry any name from the two schools that were closing. However, when you consider E.A. Hutton was the principal of Hill Park some 30 years ago and even further, I don't think that's appropriate not to consider and look into the history of what E.A. Hutton has done on this board. He was an outstanding teacher. He was a superintendent on this board, and he was an outstanding director within this board for years and changed some of the ways that education is delivered. During his time as superintendent, he mentored people like Ken Stanley, who was a principal, Steve Onischuk, who was a principal, and Jimmy Forrester, who was one of an outstanding superintendent. So he had a great effect on other educators within the old Hamilton board. So I really believe that when we consider names of new schools, that we consider outstanding educators that have contributed to this board. And I use the word consider, and then it's up to the trustees to look at the background and then consider, but not to consider an outstanding educator when we're naming the two new schools, I think is not appropriate. So through the chair, I would submit his name.
Thank you, Trustee. Thank you, Trustee Hicks. Anyone further to speak on the motion? I'll look before I go to Trustee Orban. Trustee Simmons, do you have anything to add?
I supported the motion for the basic reason Trustee Hicks has given, that I think it's important to look at having educators. I'd be interested in knowing a little bit more about him, as I think the rest of the board would be. But I do know he has quite a reputation. It's all been very good, and even someone for myself he was around before I was here. He carries his weight carries a lot of names, a lot of weight.
Trustee Simmons, Trustee Orban.
Mr. Chair, I take privilege of being the trustee for Ward 7 and wasn't allowed to speak first. Unity matters. We had people, parents, teachers, students at that committee. My colleague, and I respect him for bringing up the name of Mr. Hutton. I knew him personally, and he was indeed a great educator. But if I look at our policy, if I believe that community matters in decision-making, I'd like our colleagues to know. We had discussed Principal Hutton at that meeting. There was much dialogue, and there were certain reasons given why his name should not be put forward. But I would like to say that the committee decision, and this is important, if we choose committees that matter to give us input and spend long hours in trying to come up with good decision-making, I like to present that these three names of Hatfield, Nelson Mandela, Nora Francis Henderson, were all almost equally presented by our committee to be presented to this learned Board of Education, with the option of us remembering these are our committee members that came out to put decisions, names on the table, and they have presented a name. I hate to say this, but I feel that this committee report regarding new naming of the school was hijacked tonight. Because, yes, you look at all these other names, and by the way, I want to say our committee did a fantastic job of working together. There was another committee earlier that was presented by the decision of one trustee. So I just want to say one thing. There's been a motion put on the floor. There has been a seconder for that motion. I asked my colleagues, do you respect community input? Then please, at this moment of time, do not place one name ahead of the committee that discussed this with earnest and respect for the gentleman. As I said, I knew him. He was not only a director of education, he put those schools on the mountain on the map. So that is not being disrespectful. What is being respectful is that we value community. Community matters, Mr. Chair. And that's where I like to leave this right now, because I didn't have the opportunity to right now do anything about this because there is a motion on the floor.
Thank you, Trustee Orban. Trustee Bishop.
So, Mr. Chairman, I will not be voting for the motion on the floor for the reasons that Trustee Orban has indicated to us. We ask for a committee to do the screening work for us. We ask for representatives from the appropriate schools. We ask for the committee to come together with principals as well as a committee, and to give us three names which we tell them to do in an unranked manner. I don't believe that we can just leave that work on one side and not pay any attention to it, because this represents the community's voice in terms of what they see as being an acceptable name, which is written into the policy. It has to be a name that has community, district, or provincial or international significance. But it must have community acceptance. And so I believe, Mr. Chairman, that if we just go straight to another name that is of our particular choosing, we may as well give up our policy, because we're saying to our committees that we ask to meet, well, we're not going to pay any attention anyway to what you bring to us. If we're unhappy, Mr. Chairman, with the names that are being submitted, then I suggest the proper way to go is to send them back to the committee for further input, but not for us to overtake the complete choosing of the name of this person.
Thank you, Trustee Bishop. Trustee Brennan.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I appreciate that a worthy educator's name has been put forward for our consideration. I too, though, will not be supporting this motion. Again, I think it's been said by my fellow trustees who are also supporting the same position. But essentially, we've asked the community to consider all the issues. They have done so. They certainly have, from what I can see from the report, have even considered this name, but instead have put forward 3 other names. And I think in light of the work that was just recently done in the naming process in the Westdale area, the naming process that I was engaged in with my fellow trustee Terpstra for the Dundas area, I think it really is about the naming committee, the representation on the naming committee, and what they are looking at in terms of perhaps conflict or division within the community, and how best naming this school may in fact be a process for healing. So having said that, I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Trustee Brennan. I have no further speakers to the motion. Trustee Hicks to wrap up.
2 things. When you talk about community input, that's where the process is wrong. These schools, the taxpayers citywide pay for these schools. So if you're going to consult the community, you should consult the community citywide, not just within the one area. That's the flaw with the process. The second thing is, people keep saying, and when I talked to some people that were on the committee that had some input, and that is, why would you not consider a name more strongly just because he was principal at Hill Park 35 years ago? Is that the main reason the committee did not look further into this name? That's the input that I'm getting from people. So through the chair, I'd like to ask Trustee Orban, who was there, is that the main reason that the name E.A. Hutton wasn't continued on and investigate further because he was principal at Hill Park, therefore they didn't want anything from Hill Park or Barton to be involved within the new school?
Thank you, Trustee Hicks. I don't think process-wise it would be the right decision to go to Trustee Orban, but we can look to Superintendent Romano or the director. So I'll go to the director first.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Superintendent Romano did support the process, so she would be the most appropriate to speak to it.
Thank you. To Superintendent Romano.
Thank you. Through the chair. The policy did indicate that we had a starting point 6 guiding principles, which we followed as a committee. On top of that, we looked to the group to see if there are other guiding principles or considerations as we move forward through the process. It was very important, and it was the will of the committee, that we consider a number of things. One, the fact that this was an opportunity to build a new school, and we were respecting and bringing together 2 communities. As a result of that, they did want to ensure that, although we were respecting Hill Park and Barton, that we in fact divorce the name from anything connected to Hill Park or Barton, because this really was an opportunity for a new start. Likewise, they talked about no blending of names as a guiding principle. So not trying to come together with the name Barton and Hill Park and putting that together. The committee also wanted to entertain the names of individuals, and they also wanted to talk about things that would be of significance to all communities across the mountain, which is one of the reasons why, as mentioned, the name was considered, and it was the will of the committee not to continue with that consideration.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. Trustee Hicks, do you have anything further with your remaining time?
Through the chair, is the answer yes, they didn't further investigate E.A. Hutton's name because he was principal at Hill Park? Is that what you got through the chair?
Yeah, my understanding was exactly what the superintendent said, which was that you divorced the 2 concepts between the schools.
Thank you.
Okay, so Trustee Hicks is the final speaker on the motion. The motion is to name the South Secondary School the E.A. Hutton Secondary School. All in favor? That is Trustee Hicks, Mulholland, and Simmons. Those opposed? Trustees Turkstra, Glauser, Orban, Brennan, White, Bishop, Johnstone, Van Egnem, Student Trustee Van Egnem, and Susik, and that is it. So that motion is lost. So at this point, the floor is open again to the topic of naming of the secondary school. So I'll look to Trustee Orban.
Thank you so much. And with respect to community input and respect to the former principal of that school, the committee has decided that all these three names are deserving of attention from the committee. If you were to ask me, being present at that particular meeting, how I look at this, of the three names that were so close to one another in deserving of the naming of the school, I believe that Nora Francis Henderson Secondary School was just a little push ahead. So my request is that we name the new South School the Nora Francis Henderson Secondary School with respect to the just a little push for that name in naming the new committee. With respect, it is my motion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Trustee Orban. So the motion on the floor, if we have a seconder, is to rename the South Secondary School the Nora Francis Henderson Secondary School. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Trustee Johnstone. Trustee Orban, do you have? Would you like to make any further comments?
I could, Mr. Chair, read the comments about it. I think they've all heard of Nora Francis Henderson. Thank you so much for your comment for my request.
Thank you, Trustee Orban. Do you have any comments, Trustee Johnstone?
Just echoing some of what Trustee Orban said. Personally, what I quite like about her is that she's local out of the three options that we have, and also that she's history. She's Hamilton's history. She's Canadian history. She had so many first achievements, and as Lillian pointed out, we have so few women, even today, that make it to such high positions, and I think that we need to give all of our students equal, I guess, equal role models to look up to, both male and female, and a whole diversity. And I think that this helps to diversify some of the names of our schools in our Hamilton community.
Thank you, Trustee Johnstone. Further speakers? Trustee Simmons?
Thank you. Afraid I can't support this name on the list. You know, she did achieve a lot, and she was a real groundbreaker and pioneer. But no matter what your politics is, one of the things when I was doing some of my own research on her, I found was, as an elected official, she crossed picket lines, and especially during a specific steel strike many years ago. And it doesn't matter what your politics is, but when you are an elected official, you have certain responsibilities, and there's certain boundaries you need to consider. And so that's the reason why I think there's a lot of good names out there that we can pick, and so I just don't think this would be the right person for one of our secondary schools. I think there are other names we can pick.
Thank you, Trustee Simmons. Further speakers? Any further speakers? Seeing none, to the motion by Trustee Orban, seconded by Trustee Johnstone, that the South Secondary School be named the Nora Francis Henderson Secondary School. All in favor? Trustees Turkstra, Glauser, Orban, Mulholland, Bishop, Johnstone, and student trustees Van Egnem and Susik. Those opposed? Trustees Hicks, Brennan, White, Simmons. So the motion has passed, and it's, or rather, carried. Thank you. All right, thank you, everyone. Moving to Moving to item number 10, which is our 21st Century Learning Report, looking to the Director. Mr. Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the Executive Council and our staff is quite excited tonight to bring you this report. I'm asking for our officer to give me a little bit of assistance with the presentation. We'd like to start hoping that the technology works well with some voice regarding this, but let me just provide a bit of context. Everything that you are seeing in this report and hearing about briefly this evening is definitely a part of our already existing vision. This isn't new, but what we're attempting to do this evening is bring it together in a way that provides direction for the future, but that future starts now. And that's what our plan is going forward. And we'd like to start, I hope, with our students. So let's see if we can bring them up.
One of the things to keep in mind for inquiry-based learning and 21st century learning is that it's not just about technology. There's tools that we use to explore inquiry-based learning. However, there are various other ways for students to develop higher order thinking skills.
It was a bit of an adjustment, allowing the students to sort of be free with their learning and to choose what they want to learn about.
I like this new idea because it gives me a chance to have my own thinking, my own, for me to choose my own stuff, and it helps me to be engaged in the work.
We are able to have access to tons and tons of information around the world, so each student can inquire about any topic that they feel is appropriate for them, and allows us the independence to go forward with our learning.
We're using Google Docs, we're using obviously our internet, we're using iPads, and that has enabled the students to have the information at their fingertips.
Over the last couple of years, I think we've worked hard at this school to shift the culture and to think about technology not as something that we just add into our programming, but to program always with a mind that you have these tools and you have these technological capabilities that will enhance student experience.
You get smarter at Genius Hour because you get to choose what you want to do.
They wanted to find out more information about tsunamis or typhoons, and it was just really exciting for me to see that engagement level go higher and higher with my students.
Our students are excited about it. Our students are deepening their understanding and really developing those higher order skills that I know will benefit them in the real world.
It's getting foggy in here, that's right.
Let's do it.
All right, Josh, dump it in.
It's wet. It's making it
excellent.
Yep, circle the word that's yes.
It's all searching up onto internet. We're getting better knowledge and skills. Our generation uses a lot of technology now, and it kind of connects to the students more because we get more information than just learning on a sheet of paper.
My question before I made this model was, how does the diaphragm help us breathe? And after I built my model, when we breathe, when our diaphragm goes down, it allows air to come in, and when our diaphragm goes in, it pushes out the air from our lungs.
Since we have technology, it kind of makes it more fun to come to school and more exciting.
The process of the collaborative inquiry was important to our department as facility management. because it allowed us to refine and allow our lines of communication to be very open, very transparent with several departments that work collectively with us.
Through collaborative engagement, we're able to give an educated response to the system by pausing and listening to our customers. You have to pause to understand what they really need. Once you understand what they need, you then get together, give a decisive game plan, and achieve what they want.
It's been a lot of fun, and the kids are finding it very engaging. I am finding from the experience that they're learning more because they're asking their own questions and they're learning about what they want to learn about. And so they're very engaged and very excited about their learning.
What I'm hoping to create in my classroom is risk takers, students that are willing to take that learning and go independently, take that initiative and go and find out for themselves and be able to share that information that they found.
Many of the topics that they are inquiring about, I don't really know that much about. So we are learning together. So instead of me just telling them what the facts are, we learn together. I find I'm becoming more of a guide to my students, giving them sort of the skills that they need in order to learn on the internet or learn from different resources, and then we learn together.
When you're surrounded by creativity and open-mindedness and a willingness to explore and change things up, that whole cultural aspect is huge in a school, and it can really change the morale and the culture of a school. I've been at this school long enough to see it personally happen. And a big part of that is the 21st century's approach, I think, because it allows everybody to kind of open their mind and kind of go with it and learn together.
What the video attempted to show was why, if we're going to actually move with some of the changes we've been speaking about in education for probably over 20 years, we have to be sure that the resources and tools are there to make it happen. This work around 21st century learning is in a context. This is not new. Education of the Future was work that this board started 7 years ago. The program strategy is work that's been happening for the last while. The wireless project, which this board approved so that we had an equitable access to learning spaces that could allow technology to be used, again, is something that has already been approved. Why is this so important, is the question. Why is it that the world of education across this whole country, the whole world, I would suggest, has never gotten to a place where we may speak about the kind of tools our students and teachers need, but we never get to it in a place that involves everyone? And when it doesn't involve everyone, what it usually involves is certain champions who direct resources in certain ways that allow certain students to experience this kind of learning environment. And all across HWDSB right now, we have learning environments that are described in that video, where principals have made decisions with their teachers to focus resources in a certain way, and these classrooms exist. But they don't exist everywhere, and that's what this proposal is communicating. Improving student achievement and well-being, we know that's our focus. Personalized, collaborative, inquiry-based learning, we've talked about that. Engaging students, the way in which our kids achieve. But the most important piece, which is why I think that there is an absolute responsibility for the educational world to really go forward, is our students live in this world now. This world is not simply a physical world any longer, it is also a digital world. But having said that, it doesn't mean we're ignoring the fact that we live in a physical world. There are beliefs out there that when we provide technology to students, they're going to only do technology. That's not what this is about. This is about providing a learning opportunity, whether they are collaborating in classrooms, working independently, working with technology that takes them beyond the classroom walls. Blended learning is the way that we're speaking. It's not about one or the other. It's creating this absolute ability to prepare our kids for the world that we live in today. And that means our classrooms have to change. Many times our classrooms might appear like they would have 30, 50, and 75 years ago, some of which is fine. But the world of teacher in front of classroom, students in desks, quietly responding to lessons is not where we know we have to go. And part of what this whole proposal also provides is a real ramp to support our teachers, who, as we have already been doing, are quite excited about this opportunity. Teachers and students embrace new roles. The teacher does bring the curriculum expertise. The students do bring their voice. And together, we create something that might be different than what happens in some places. And that's the notion of what blended learning is all about. We have a theory of action that Executive Council, working with our schools, has been dealing with for the last little while. So again, what's in front of you is not new. We basically believe that if we create these kind of blended learning environments, where instruction is enhanced by technology, then our students' engagement and achievement will increase. Further, we're taking that one step deeper, which is our teachers are the facilitators of the learning environment. So when we provide teachers to appropriate access and support, then we will be more effective in creating these environments. So in other words, we've already been through the experiences where we buy technology and it's not used effectively. We understand that it can't be one or the other, and that's what this theory of action is communicating. And as you know, we've begun some major pilot projects already. 7 North Elementary Schools, the new South Secondary School, assistive technology at Mountain and Delta Secondary Schools. And of course, these aren't standalone, because throughout our board right now, we are listening to teachers and students, as you heard tonight, who are already engaged in this important work. With our 7 North Elementary Schools, right now, we are spending all of our time with our teachers, understanding where they need support to make this happen. And I've attended each of the sessions, and I have to tell you, there is an energy growing amongst the teachers who, with the proper support, are providing different kinds of learning opportunities for students, and then you got to see some of the responses already. So why would I suggest to us that we need to move forward in this way? And I actually think it's an imperative, and I don't understand why systems struggle to get here. I think that there are more blocks that are put in the way that actually can be removed. Our board's commitment to equity of access, opportunity, and outcome, as I said earlier, is foundational to this. This cannot just be certain schools, certain classrooms, certain parts of the board. Another reason why we need to move towards what I've proposed in this report is because we are already spending lots of money every year. Right now, at this moment, if you add up what we spend through school budgets and central budgets on technology, textbooks, and photocopying, it's $19 million a year. So when we talk about not being able to afford it, the reality is that we're expected to use our technology and resource budget for technology and resources. But we're already spending huge amounts of money, and this proposal is basically asking for a more strategic way of working through that. And we've already begun the discussion with our principals so that they understand that this is simply technology, a tool, no different than other tools. It's not the focus. The strategic support for teachers is the only way the classrooms will be transformed. So how do we do that? We don't have extra dollars to have special learning sessions that are disconnected from the literacy and numeracy work we're already doing. So we're ensuring that our instructional coaches are being served, or they are being supported to serve our teachers in an integrated fashion. Pilots are only as good as when they move to scale. How often have we heard about pilot after pilot that only serves the kids and the communities where they exist? We're learning with a purpose beyond. And lastly, but most importantly, signaling to our students that we have heard them. This weekend, I read through literally hundreds of pages from the Student Voice Forum where we asked one question. We asked a bunch of others, but the one that fits with tonight was, how do you best learn? We asked it all across the system. Hundreds and hundreds of students wrote in. And I would suggest, even though the data is still raw and eBest is going to be pulling that together for us, I would say 2 out of every 3 submissions talked about, I learn best when I can see things. I learn best when I can touch things. I learn best when I can talk to my classmates, when I can work with technology. In fact, many of them said, I don't learn when I simply sit and listen. Our students, page after page after page, use their own language, but simply said to us, we need to change the learning environment, and of course, it's our job to support that. So the business case that we've put before you earlier, and now it's back before you again, is that we believe that when we can provide the one-to-one technology for all staff and students by 2019, that we are simply providing the environment that allows what you saw on the screen to happen everywhere. Again, I want to be clear. The focus isn't the technology, the focus is in the learning environment. And we're proposing through what you see there to reallocate that which already exists. There's no extra money for this, and there's no intention of asking for extra money. But what we have found is by really looking closely at how we spend our textbook, resource, and technology budget, we might be able to do that in a more systemic way that changes the entire system in terms of the learning. I want to be upfront about the myths that exist, because they're all out there, and we might as well put them right on the table. Myth number 1 is we can't afford it. And again, I've already explained, we have a budget line that's expected to be used for technology and resources. That's all it's expected to be used for, and what I'm putting in front of you is a repurposing of that. Some would argue that we don't need technology. I've heard that our kids are already too connected to their iPhones and their iPads and the rest. Part of being citizens in this world is helping our students live in it healthily, both relationally in our physical world as well as responsibly in our digital world. This is part of our responsibility, not to step away from how we help our kids live in a healthy way in our world as it is today and where it's going, but also to allow them to thrive. That's why we need it. Some would say our kids cannot learn without a textbook, and I am not suggesting we will not have print-based resources in Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board, but the truth is, when you're dealing with digital resources, you get everything that the textbook provides and then all kinds of other interactive opportunities. So I'm not saying we won't have novels and libraries and all the rest, but I'm simply saying the textbook is a static resource. It does nothing except allow us to read it, answer questions from it, and discuss what's there. Digital resources allow all of the information that's in a textbook to be there, and then links to other places, connections to people who are experts in other parts of the world. It becomes something that, frankly, with a digital license, the companies change information that grows obsolete the moment the textbook is published. So again, they're not unimportant, but we're shifting that. Students already using too much technology goes to the notion of we have to teach our kids to be responsible. Interesting that the biggest fear is that students will break, lose, or there will be a lot of theft because we go in this direction. Every board that I have talked to personally, and there's a number across North America, and I've spoken to about 10 myself, have said the exact opposite has happened. And we actually have already done pilots in some of our schools and found that the exact opposite has happened, where kids are absolutely excited about this particular resource and actually care for it more than we might think. Some argue that they've lost textbooks every single year and we lose tons of dollars because of it. And frankly, there is some truth to that. But that's not been the experience in the boards that have already moved this way. Some have argued about using our dollars for other things like buildings and capitals and the rest, and I've already explained that there is an expectation that boards use certain dollars in certain ways, and we are expected to use a certain amount of dollars for textbooks, technology, and resources. There has been some concern that wireless is dangerous, even though it exists all around us. You've seen some of those reports. And again, we are following the research coming out of the health organization. We are looking at ways to be sure that we are monitoring anything that could become potentially hazardous, and that's part of the commitment of how we do business. Similarly, you've heard about students finding inappropriate sites. I go back to the original point. It is our job to teach kids what's responsible and what's effective use. And we also have protective filters in place as well. That's certainly something we would not change, but that already exists today. And the last piece I want to mention is we are very committed, should you accept and approve this vision, to study what it is that's happening. What's happening in terms of engagement and achievement for our students? What's happening in terms of how the training is changing classroom practice? What impact is going on because we're providing this? And what kind of resources are assisting kids who have different learning needs? eBest, as your report suggests, has worked with us to create a research process that I would suggest is very rigorous. Because one of the things I wrote in the motion is, should you accept this, be sure that we're coming back each year with the data that's emerging so that you could choose to continue to reaffirm, or you could say we need to stop and see. So I have built into the motion for your consideration where we need the direction for us to move forward, but there needs to be steps along the way where you are able to say to us, I'm not sure I understand what's happening, or why is this going the way it is, or what is it that you're learning from it. The only thing I would suggest, though, is we need to create measurement that is more than simply, though we will include it, EQAO scores and other what we call trailing data indicators. We have to be sure we are really listening to the students and the staff as we're moving forward. So I believe it is our responsibility to provide our students this kind of learning environment, to engage them in this way, and to provide the appropriate tools. It is our job, I believe, to be sure our students can live in the physical and digital world, which is the world of 2014, and it's only going to continue to move forward. Technology is the tool. It's the learning, the thinking, creating, assessing, observing, reflecting. That's our goal. The tool simply supports us, but I believe that the tools that we provide have a profound impact on what goes on in classrooms. And again, for whatever reason, the world of education, this is my 28th year, has been talking this way for the whole 28 years I've been here. And I would say, sadly, we don't see across large systems movement to scale, whereby every student in every classroom, supported by effective and wonderful teachers, which we have opportunity to be in this kind of learning environment. So I offer that to you for your consideration. I'm obviously open to any questions. I only want to close by saying I presented this to you tonight, but every single person up there, and I'm not exaggerating, and about 30 others have been explicitly attached to the work that's in front of you. And then, of course, all of our teachers and the pilots and so forth that are already a part. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. All right, opening the floor to any questions or comments, but first there is a recommended action. I'm wondering whether a trustee would like to move that. Moved by Trustee Simmons, seconded by Trustee Brennan. I think I saw Trustee Brennan's, actually we'll go to Trustee Simmons if he has any initial comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, this is very exciting. I was very happy to see it all on paper, though at some point, I guess when we have our new headquarters, we'll have it all on our laptops in the future. And it was great to see in the presentation both the how it goes from the classroom, from the student, the teacher, the classroom, and also to the board, and how we're all going to be connected together, and especially with our new headquarters coming, which will be, my understanding, a technological wonder in and of itself, along with what we're providing in our schools. And, you know, it opens up the imagination to things, you know, certainly most of us here were, not all of us, but a lot of us here were educated in the sort of the 20th century industrial model. And I'm just wondering if with staff, any thought on, as we move forward, how students and teachers will be able to communicate with the board, even around things on how they're feeling in school, about how they're feeling in their classroom and what they're learning. And so I can see how this can go beyond the classroom in many ways to the people who are really making the decisions. I just wondered if the director or anybody had a comment on that.
Mr. Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Right now, our board has a Learning Commons, which is a technological platform that allows our students and staff to relate with one another and to engage one another. And actually, it's public. And so the Board of Trustees have every right to engage in that learning commons as well and listen to the discussions that are happening and provide insight. I have a blog there, and it's fascinating when students respond and ask me questions about things, or the community responds, or parents respond. So yes, it is something that we hope is not just going to be, again, it's a pilot, the learning commons. It's open to everyone. It's growing. But again, if we provide the tools to our board, to our staff, to our students, then it could even grow more.
Trustee Simmons?
And just if I could add an anecdotal comment, having a 10-year-old that is is in one of the schools with the pilot, who has struggled in math up until now, his math literacy has gone through the roof this year with this new strategy and the technology that's been introduced to him. And it's not that he can just get the answers right. He can explain it to me why it's right. And it blows my mind. So well done.
Thank you very much. Trustee Simmons. Trustee Brennan?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm certainly very supportive as the seconder of the motion that we approve vision and direction. I think we have been in conversations, large swaths of this for many years, and this puts it into a far stronger commitment, and so I certainly will be supporting that. I do have just a couple of process and timing questions. Though, if I may. One is, I appreciate that even though there is implementation and there's some strategic thinking moving forward in the time horizon, we will be having the board review annually where things are at, and I appreciate that things could be pulled back or pushed faster, or regarding that. So I have two questions related to that. What point, sort of, is there in the what we have always called the trustee work plan? But what point in the usual cycle of the work plan would such a report come to the board? And secondly, what is the timing of the reports from the pilot projects?
Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am proposing through governance to bring here that there would be a new report added to the work plan specific to this project. Secondly, the reports from the pilots would certainly be the first 2 years of this reporting, because what I'm proposing to the board is that we work really intensely in 7 elementary, 1 secondary, and with our special education programs in 2 places to really learn deeply. Once we learn deeply, I'm hoping that we can accelerate, as this report says, quite quickly. The other piece that I learned from boards that have effectively implemented this kind of vision is, when I visit schools, some of the teachers and staff members think that we're just doing a couple things in a few places that really have no impact on them. And what I learned from these boards is, if there isn't a system direction that even though you may not be a part of it today, you will be a part of it, it actually makes this implementation that much more impossible. So I'm here before you to get the system vision approved, but I also understand, because it's 5 years out and it's quite expensive and we have to repurpose resources, that the expectation should be that each year I bring it forward for a reaffirmation of the direction.
Trustee Brennan, anything further?
Yes, I guess I had wanted to know when within the usual work plan cycle would that come to the Board of Trustees. Just trying to get a sense of how the board cycle works, and where within that would the trustees be made aware of how things are going, and if there's any adjustment, at what point and how to adjust.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say the February-March timeframe, because most of our work plan reports are annual, because that impacts the budget process at the same time. So I would say that a year from now, or a year from just before now, would probably be what I would propose to the board.
Thank you very much. Trustee Terkstra?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wholeheartedly support this. I wish it were a shorter time frame, because I feel for the schools that are last on the list. And I guess that's the point I'm going to make is, like we learned with our full-day kindergarten implementation, we had a rollout of schools for kindergarten, and when there had to be some kind of stopgap or there was a funding change or something, the expectation was already at the schools that they would be getting this full day. So I guess my point and my question is, how is the rollout going to happen? Because I would hope that it would also be rolled out equitably, and that it isn't just based on high needs, moderate needs, and low needs school. There should be, in my opinion, some kind of lottery for this rollout, and it shouldn't be announced in advance so that we don't set an expectation up for 2018. Here are the schools that are going to get it, because that really, I don't think, worked out that well, in my opinion, for full day kindergarten. So for the rollout, to the director, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, two brief comments. One is, even though we are exploring this with the pilots, we are also working with our principals and our staffs to ensure we're moving in this direction with school budgets and the like right now. So I want the board to know that we're not simply going to wait for 5 years for every school to be a part of this. I've shared with you at the beginning of this that already schools are spending certain dollars in this area. We're trying to support a more strategic look. Secondly, we're actually not proposing through this a rollout by school at all. We're actually proposing a rollout by grade. So once we learn from the pilots and understand what worked and didn't work in terms of teacher support, in terms of student support, then we're expecting to go by grade across the whole system, not pick this school, that school, and the other school. That's the proposal that's here.
I think the notion that this happened years ago, we were already in the 21st century. Because if it wasn't for technology today, we wouldn't be forced to look at the digital age of learning. It is our students who have become so smart and wise, and using their iPads and their computers, that have said to us, if you don't watch it, we're going to get ahead of you. So teachers today have to change the way they teach children. You can't say it's curriculum-based. You have to say we've become facilitators in our class. Our kids will say to us, I want to access in Skype McMaster University professor who wants to teach us about climate change. Will we have that opportunity to do that? I want to ensure that our students today, through the chair, Mr. Director, have the opportunity to set their own goals in their learning, which means I think I want to do some research in this area or that area. And as teachers, we have to be able to say, okay, go for it. Do the research. Do you want us to bring in a mind or Skype it? Eloise in the University of Toronto will say you could talk to the professor in London, England. So what I'm saying, this university, not university, but universal plan of technology, digital age, is making us as teachers hurry up in our own learning. We're going to become facilitators. The kids will become almost like teachers, helping us, teaching us. I think a child should be able to say, even in grade 2 or 3, I don't understand a word you said to me. Please explain it. And you know what? As teachers, we will say, of course we'll explain it. Where did I go wrong? So self-evaluation for the teacher is very important for me in their learning as we go through this digital age. And it'll only be done if we listen to our kids. Let them tell us what we need to do. You know what? We give them the strength and they will do so. Mr. Chair, I'm very happy about this, and I'll be much happier to see that our teachers are seeing the strengths and the learning capacities of our students. Thank you. And I do appreciate your lecture presentation to us today, because to me it was almost like a lecture, because when I think about it, I get very excited. You know, some days I wish I was in the classroom. So having said that, I just want to say, let's not deny our children anything in their learning. It will tell us which way to go. Finally, thank you.
Trustee Orban.
Oh, and by the way, every one of those kids have to start with all our schools. Did you not say to us, all our schools are great schools?
Thank you very much. And Mr. Director looks very excited. The student trustees, you had your hands up at the exact same time. Would one of you like to go first? Trustee Van Egdom?
I just want to say that I'm really, really excited about this proposal. Being a current student in the board, it makes me even more excited about this just because I see the true need for this. I attended the Directors Forum along with Director Malloy, and just in my conversations with the students, I saw an increased need and a yearning for technology in our school board, and I think it's so crucial to move into the 21st century and make sure that our students are global citizens and are able to use the technology that's so readily available to them. Some applications that I see especially important are e-learning. In my school, I'd say half of my friends are taking right currently or have taken an e-learning course in the past few years, and they adore e-learning courses. And I think having technology like this available to them will make e-learning even more readily available to them as an option that they can pursue, especially for those students that are independent learners and would like to pursue a different course that's not necessarily available in our board, or take a different stream or something like that. It would just make it easier for them to pursue that learning that they so enjoy and would love to discover. Another, I guess, problem, but I guess it's being addressed in this report, is the wireless. I think that's so important because there are a couple of rooms in my school that aren't wireless, there's no wireless there for you to be able to use Wi-Fi or anything like that, and that causes some learning gaps. Like, for example, if the teacher's asking a question, some of the kids will be able to pull out their phones or pull out their computers and start working on projects, but in these rooms that's not available to us. And I think it's so crucial that you have Wi-Fi to make sure that students can pursue their own learning. To kind of wrap it up, I think that we need to make sure that technology is available to all of our students all the time, because right now there's, I guess, a separation between some students that are able to afford technology and the students that might not necessarily be able to afford it, or it might not be a resource that's available to them. And I think it's important that for the equity's sake and inclusiveness, that we have opportunities that are available to all our students to make sure that they have equity of outcome and opportunity. So yeah, I think this is super awesome, and I'm really, really excited about it.
Thank you very much. Student Trustee Susak.
Although I was not able to attend the Directors Forum, which I'm quite sad about, I can say that I truly have experienced the exact same things as Ms. Van Egdom over here has experienced. I recall earlier in the year when we did visit a certain elementary school, myself actually with Trustee Johnstone here and Trustee Van Egdom, we had the pleasure to step into, I believe it was a grade 3 classroom, and talk to the students as they used such technology such as iPads that were readily available to them. And we got to see firsthand exactly how engaged and how relevant the students found their education. One thing that I found was, whether you're in grade 3 or you're our age and in grade 12, technology truly does engage students. When students go into the classroom where it's just pencil paper, just like it has been for goodness me, gosh knows how long, it's wonderful. You have the content there, you are able to learn it, but there's a difference between being able to learn it and wanting to learn it. I know myself, when I am in a classroom where I'm not engaged, something turns off. But when you have these technologies, such tools available to you that are relevant to you, relevant to your future, I think that's very important, and it truly does make every single student want to learn. In spite of your ability, once you want to learn, that opens up many new doorways. moving forward with this, so short term, I do see the importance in engaging students and making what they're learning more relevant to them, seeing that it's being used on technology that they'll use in the workplace. As far as long term goes, I think back to one of my peers who is a former student trustee of TDSB, fabulous person, and he was in an interview actually with an MIT professor. And one of the conclusions they actually came to was creativity is something that is lacking in our current school boards, or in our school boards and in education in general. And one of the things that we can use to promote creativity, especially in the long term, is promoting self-learning. An amazing way to do this is with technology. And again, with this report and by being in favor of this recommendation, we're giving students what they need to be more creative learners and be more effective citizens. And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Susik. Trustee Johnstone.
Actually, I have, I guess, some of the similar comments that the student trustees just spoke about. I'm really excited about this program strategy. I see our board being able to address so many equity issues, or at least part of them anyway, through this initiative. And I am very excited that we're coming to towards the end of the Wireless Everywhere project. That said, I do know that in different schools that I've been in, there have been some, I guess, questions about whether it's, I guess, it doesn't always feel like the high-speed network that it's intended to be. So I'm just wondering if there's any way to assess the quality of it and then look for ways of improvement across the board.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are already assessing the bandwidth that would be necessary for us to engage in this effectively. We are learning from boards mostly outside of Ontario, because there haven't been many in Ontario who've taught us about the bandwidth that's needed and the investments that's necessary, and that's also a part of the budget in the business case that you see there. We understand that if the highway slows down, people become disengaged really quickly and they move about their business, returning probably to resources that aren't going to provide the kind of opportunities that we're speaking about. That's front and center. And that's why I'm pretty excited about the fact that we really have moved very far as a board to ensure every learning space has that. Because you may recall that when I asked you for that 4 years ago, we had some schools that had everything wireless and some schools that had nothing wireless, and it was completely dependent upon the interests of the people who were in that school at that time. And when I came to you and I said, your commitment, our commitment to equity isn't being lived here, you've provided that direction, we have capitalized on that, and I think we've learned how to make it even better. By December, we are confident we will be there.
Trustee Johnson. Thank you very much. Trustee Hicks.
Thank you. Terrific report. Thank you very much. Some of my concerns within the report is from a budget point of view, as usual. On 10.11, could you just walk us through the cost of technology? I understand that, the additional license. Under the revenue, the school budgets, where would those monies come from, the school budget, as an example? Question?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to start very quickly, and then I'm going to ask Superintendent Zucker to take over. One of the things that we've been working with our principals about is you get so much money for your school through your school budget, and what is it that you're spending those dollars on? We've been working closely with our business services department to determine how much is spent for technology, how much is spent for textbooks, how much is spent for photocopying and the like. So we have a snapshot of that. From that starting place, through you, Mr. Chair, if I could turn it over to Superintendent to actually walk through that page so that trustees are clear about what's there.
Thank you, and through the chair. Right now, as the director has said, part of our school budgets is being used for the three things that we've been talking about, which we expect there to be a reduction in costs related to textbooks, technology, or just a repurposing of the technology budget, and photocopying. So as we looked, and we didn't just use 1 year, we went back 5 years to determine what the average pattern of spending was in those three areas. And we looked at, as we roll it out, those specific grades that were affected. So that's why you see each year the number increasing, because as we roll it out, there will be more students that are using the one-to-one technology. So there will be less students using the textbooks and paper-based. So that's where the school budget comes from. Again, it's just a repurposing of the school budget. It's about half of the elementary school budget per pupil and about a quarter of the secondary school budget per pupil.
That was my second question. And then operating savings under revenues?
So again, the operating savings speaks to, through the chair, to the 19 million that the director was referring to earlier. So that 19 million would include, again, technology that we're already spending on currently, right, textbooks and supplies, and just a repurposing of the amount that we're looking at.
And through you, Mr. Chair, if I could just add one piece that I think might make this crystal clear. Whenever boards have struggled with how to pay for this kind of learning environment, I would suggest the challenge becomes that we often think about what schools presently have and that anything we're talking about right now would have to come over and above that. This proposal looks at what schools are actually doing now and seeing if we can be strategic with them, not to them, but with them, which is why we've started the discussion with the principals 6 months ago about this repurposing.
Trustee Hicks?
Caution or the red flag here is Finance Committee every year. They have to understand that if we're close to a deficit, not balancing the budget, these are some of the areas that we look at for reductions. So damned if you do and damned if you don't here. So you have to be careful here. So if you're taking money from these areas for this program, and it's a wonderful program, and I'm not saying don't, but that limits the board then of one area that we cannot revisit for savings if we're in a deficit area. So we have to be extremely careful. My last question on finances would be on 10.4 on the rollout one-to-one technology, and it says that the next step would be the business plan. When would be getting that, and in how many phases would that come to us?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the superintendent.
The business plan, being how we plan to fund it on an annual basis, would come through as the part of the regular budget process. So each year we would talk about this as part of the budget. And the discussion that you're having right now is saying that this is one of the areas where we look at possible reductions each year. It would have to be considered as part of the annual budget process.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the thinking would be that we'd bring the research and the report prior to the budget process to allow the trustees to understand what happened in the year that we've been working towards this, and then hopefully inform your decision-making at the actual budget time, which of course is May.
Again, I think it's a wonderful program, but I think we should always be aware of where the finances and the pressures on the finance. And my last comment would be with the textbooks. It's my understanding that with the coming budget, there's a strong possibility the ministry could be reducing that area again, and if that's the case, there's going to be another pressure on that.
Comment. Okay. Thank you so much, Trustee Hicks. Trustee Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, first of all, I have questions about the deployment schedule that's on 10/12. So from this, it looks as though the pilot won't be completely rolled out until September 2019. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, the pilots are actually going right now. I mean, that this board has already been aware of, and it's built in terms of that starts. Actually, it has already started, but will be in full force in the schools that you see in September.
Well, so then maybe I'm not understanding what I'm looking at on 10/12. 10/12 shows a deployment schedule that shows that in 2015 there will be teachers and classroom sets for grade 4, and the following year for grade 6, following year for grade 7, following year for grade 8, and it shows grade 9, 10, and 11 and 12 with one-on-one sets bringing us to September 2019.
Right. Through you, Mr. Chair, I would ask the superintendent if she could explain a little bit more about that. Superintendent, by the way, I want to share that Executive Superintendent Figueredo has also been exceptionally connected to this work, as is Superintendent Joshua, and again, as I said, many of the other members of his Exec Council. He's very upset that he's not here this evening to be able to answer that question, but I know that the superintendent also is aware.
Thank you, and through the chair. What this schedule is intended to roll out is 2014-15 speaks to the pilot project. So these will be fully implemented next year. Then when we start looking at the remainder of the schedule, we're talking about the actual rollout, not of the pilot, but of the entire deployment for the entire board.
I see. I see. All right. Thank you. Because I took, Mr. Chairman, I took pilot project 1-to-1 to be the heading for the for all those. Thank you. So, and I was very puzzled that the New North Secondary School wasn't shown in that pilot project. But that obviously is incorporated into that pilot. Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to see that we're looking at a systemic way of doing this rather than a rather piecemeal, the sort of approach that the director described to us that he observed when he first came to this board. I'm exceptionally excited about what this can do for special education students. Assistive technology that is going to be used in Delta students. I think that there's a great deal of unknown work. And like Trustee Brennan, I'm pleased that the recommendation talks about the vision and direction being reviewed and approved annually, because I think that we would want to make sure that we've learned everything possible from the pilot. We also have a program strategy which is only just in other areas just being worked out. There are major program changes coming to most high schools, all population changes. Only 4 of our high schools will not be undergoing some large-scale change in 2015, 2016. And hopefully in the beginning of those years. So we also have the need for we want to be sure that our program changes to the program changes to ESL, to our schisms, to our French immersion, to Park View and Mountain, the reform of our special education delivery, the building of culture really we're having to build new high schools and all the work that entails, because we've all watched with new elementary schools that it takes at least 2 to 3 years before that school is sort of settled and got going. That in this period of huge change that we give ourselves enough time to do everything, and that we will be able to look at this within that kind of framework. And finally, the research that you've showed us and drawn to our attention is in the eastern townships of Quebec, and with a very different population and very different kind of a rural setting. So I think giving ourselves an opportunity to review and approve annually will be helpful in this time period. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bishop. I have no further speakers. So the motion moved by Trustee Simmons, seconded by Trustee Brennan, that the board approve the vision and direction of the 21st Century Learning Report, and that it be reviewed annually over the next 5 years. All in favor? That is unanimous. The motion carries. Moving to item number 11, our school year calendar for 2014-2015. We'll look to, are you going to begin, Mr. Director, or are we looking to Superintendent Sovereign?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Superintendent Sovereign led this process. I will turn it over to him to work with this report.
Thank you, Superintendent Sovereign, and welcome to the front of the room.
Great, thank you. And through the chair, the school year calendar process is implemented through Regulation 304. And the focus in establishing the calendar dates, and in particular the dates and topics for the professional activity days, is really done with a focus on instruction guided by our strategic directions. Where possible, the draft calendars have been established with dates with our coterminous board. And as noted in the report, if it is the will of the board this evening, we would proceed with public consultations beginning tomorrow through April 24th, and the recommended recommended calendars would come back to the board on April the 28th for your consideration. So I'd be happy to take any questions on the report at this time.
Thank you, Superintendent Sovereign. Any speakers, questions, or comments? Trustee Turkstra.
Thank you very much for the report. My question is the consultation going out in this form, because it has elementary and secondary on the same calendar? I personally preferred the previous format where elementary and secondary were separate so that people were not confused. You only have elementary students. You don't really care when the exam schedule is. And I don't want to confuse our public with a combined calendar. So through you, Mr. Chair.
Superintendent Sovereign.
Through the chair to the trustee, we'd be more than pleased to include both calendars in the public consultation.
Thank you. Trustee Turkstra.
That, or that's just going to happen?
I think it's loud and clear. Yes, I see nods. It shall happen. Further comments from trustees? Being none, did we have a motion? I believe we did not. So is someone like to move this? Trustee Turkstra, seconded by Trustee Orban, and it's to approve the public consultation. Just to let folks know that this will be going to special board afterwards for ratification, so it can in fact go out for consultation starting tomorrow. So all in favor of the motion? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. Moving to item number 12, which are our written notices of motion. 12A is the System Tier 3 Intervention Strategy, Mountain Secondary School, and this is to Trustee Mulholland. So if Trustee Mulholland, you'd like to read the motion, and then we'll seek a seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is a pleasure to move the following notice of motion. Whereas Parkdale Secondary School will close as of September 2014. Whereas the Parkview students displaced by the closing of this building have the option of attending the vocational program located at Mountain Secondary School, graded program Delta Secondary School, where they may choose to attend their designated home school. Whereas the board at this time cannot guarantee these at-risk students will be successful with this planned strategy. Therefore, be resolved that the grade 8 students that are recommended to attend a vocational program for the 2014 school year be allowed to attend a System Tier 3 Intervention Strategy program at Mountain Secondary School, and further be resolved that all 3 strategies be reviewed to determine.
Thank you, Trustee Mulholland. And you're moving the motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Trustee Orban. Trustee Mulholland, would you like to speak to the motion?
I'm prepared to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Mulholland. As a seconder, Trustee Orban.
The only thing I would like to state that through the chair should be tracked to see how successful they are, and if there are any reasons why there should be a review, it would be a good time to do that. So
It's a question to the director?
Yes.
Mr. Director.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Superintendent Reinhold, who's overseeing everything to do with implementation, should be able to answer that question.
Executive Superintendent? Does your mic work from there? If so, let's give it a shot.
Yes, it does work from here. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, that list is already being developed of tracking the students, and we have a number of them. There are about 80 to 90 students who would have the learning profile of students who have gone to Parkview or Mountain before, who are being tracked. And we are also tracking gifted students who are going to their home schools, so we can understand also how they are being served. And that list is actually constructed right now. We're just making sure that the students who are on the list have landed in the schools from the option sheets that were just completed. And then that will allow not only the principals and student success staff at the schools, but also the superintendents of the schools and the director to have that list available at all times to monitor progress.
Thank you, Executive Superintendent. Trustee Orban. Further speakers. We had Trustee Terkstra.
So just I have a process question. I think this is actually a reconsideration, because it was put forward by, I think, Trustee Peddle and seconded by myself when we were talking about the program strategy, and it was down at that time. So just clarification. Or is this, it is, maybe the wording's a little different, but the intent is the same.
Yeah,
because we wanted to extend it for one more year.
So perhaps this is a question of clarification to the mover. It does, in fact, speak to the addition of grade 9 students going in, but the extension was something that was, in fact, approved. So is there clarification through the mover?
I would ask the question to repeat her motion.
Trustee Terkstra, would you happen to know that off the top of your head?
I don't have it. I think it was actually dealt with within the last school year. I support it. I just think it's a reconsideration.
Yeah, and this was something that both the chair and I had a discussion about along with our officer for trustee services, and it was slightly different. There are two parts. It could be argued that one part is in fact partly a reconsideration. A reconsideration would have been phrased differently and still would have come to the floor here with a 50% threshold, so the threshold is the same. But that being said, both the chair and I decided that it was different enough to have a motion on its own.
Okay.
But thank you for that. It was certainly the same question we were asking.
All right. So for me, it's a second opportunity. Look at the program strategy for our at-risk students, and having gone through over a year now of a transition with a composite high school and the difficulties and challenges, I mean, we're arriving at a good place, but I totally support this motion because I think we're not actually there yet, and I think that another year would serve the students well in order to get it right, because I don't want any students to fall through the cracks. I don't really think I've been given the confidence that all of the receiving schools are actually ready for the students who have this type of learning profile. I could be totally wrong on that, but I don't feel that we are ready, and I would like to give those grade 8 another opportunity to go to the school of their choice. Now, it may be their home school, it may be Mountain, but I think that they should have the choice. I'll support it.
Thank you, Trustee Terkstra. Trustee Bishop.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to ask the superintendent, through you, the appropriate person, because I believe that we had a special principal that we've had to look after the transition of grade 8 to 9 students who have special needs. So I'm wondering if we could hear about how we're tracking those students, what specific things we're looking for in each school, such as mental health literacy or iPads, technology, tours for the school, buddies, safe places for students to go to, peer tutors, and safe contact, use of technology and contact persons. I'm wondering, Mr. Chairman, if we could have an update on where we actually stand at this moment.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the work that staff has been engaged in started as soon as the board made its previous decision, and that work has included multi-levels of activity. Through you, Mr. Chair, again, it's the executive superintendent who would need to walk through everything that has happened this calendar year in relationship to our students who have learning needs being received effectively by all secondary schools in the board. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Reinold.
Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I will say that a lot of work is being done, and I will run through a number of those things in a few minutes to let you know what that is. But we drew heavily on models that currently exist in our schools where we have these learners currently learning to find out what has been working and what has made that, participation in their home school so successful. So most of these actually are proven strategies within our system that have worked, and the director is right. Because of that, they've been in existence for a while, and we have been preparing for this since the decision was made. So just to give you some sense of where we're at, we started out by identifying the home school for each grade 8 student as to where they would attend. We summarized these students and their learning profiles and all of the learning needs that they will have for the system coming up. I've talked a bit already about the tracking of how that will work. And then not only tracking the students to ensure they don't get lost, but ongoing tracking to ensure that their achievement levels continue to improve. With the support of the special education consultant, we have completed the annual reviews. We have offered parents various school tours, the opportunity to meet new school staff and the principal and or vice principal, either at their home school or in some cases the students have elected. There are 22 students who have elected to go to Delta, and some students that I don't have the total number for yet that are going to the new South School.
Yeah, so just to clarify, Trustee Bishop just whispered ever so loudly that that the question is more specifically to the grade 8s that have not yet attended the program.
These are for the grade 8 students that I'm speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarification.
We had the support of Deb Jukes, and I have identified additional programs that are going to be required in all of our secondary schools. So there is planned training in May to have staff trained in the Empower program and the Bump It Up Jump Math programs, for example. And there is some training to be done also on using the apps on the iPads for assistive technology because, as trustees know, the SIA claims provide for those students to have their technology go with them. On the tracking list that we have in each school, we are looking at the caring adult, and most of this is complete. It's just not quite finished, but the caring adult who will be responsible in the school for tracking the student, and it could be student services, it could be guidance, it could be the alert, but every student will have a caring adult within the school that they are attending who would normally have gone to Mountain or Parkview previously, or may have chosen that. I did mention that we are preparing the staff training sessions in May, and there will be a repeat of those sessions or in addition to them in August around the Empower and Jump Math and the math intervention programs. We have started some transition activities with the support of the special education consultants, and that will continue on, including things like tours of the building to become familiar with it, welcome back sessions during the month of August. We are offering the CCE through continuing education, the STEP program in August, and each of these students will be invited to attend the STEP program. We have assured parents that students can participate on school sport, or students can participate on school sports and intramurals, extracurricular activities, and to facilitate some of that, we are using the peer tutor programs and encouraging schools to, and they are looking at social emotional support such as Best Buddies and other kinds of relationship building inclusive activities that happen in schools. All of the option sheets that were offered did include a significant number of experiential and co-op programs, as well as the kind of essential or locally developed courses that would occur in schools such as Parkview. Some other strategies that are being used is that schools are doing hand timetabling for a number of these students. The goal of the hand timetabling is to ensure that the students have minimal transitions throughout the school day where necessary. Some might require fewer teacher contacts, And so those are the kinds of things that are being considered. Also, to give a block of learning, some schools are currently looking at the needs of the students who will be coming to them to see whether or not things like year-round math and year-round literacy may be more beneficial than the semester approach. We are also looking at these. Deb Jukes has met with the LERT from the sending school and the LERT from the receiving school and the student success teacher, and they're looking at what supports may be necessary, further supports than what we have already identified for individual students. And at the same time, we are looking at the capacity issues that may be, capacity building issues that may need to be addressed. We have been in our secondary schools reviewing the use of iPads and the need for additional iPads in specific schools. We are considering the safe space locations. Most of our schools have safe spaces in them anyway. As you know from previous Safe Schools reports, those have been in existence in all of our secondary schools. We are looking at a team approach to working with all of our students in terms of mental health resources being available, and actually currently the two persons who are working on the mental health strategy within our board are providing support to schools about how to build positive relationships within schools. So those are some of the things that we're doing. I hope that provides you with some background, but I can answer further questions if need be, I hope.
Chairman, what I've heard is that we've in fact reviewed all the needs of students in grade 8 who are going to be going on to grade 9, who are not going into self-contained classes. We're tracking them. There's going to be caring adults. They're going to be followed. There's a whole series of strategies being put in place. We're training staff. We've also got some of these programs already in place, and so. As far as I can see, Mr. Chairman, the transition for our spec ed students from grade 8 to grade 9 in this coming year will be the most thorough that we have ever undertaken at this board, with the most knowledge and in the most systematic way. And of course, Mr. Chairman, we already have students who have a Parkview profile. We already have, many of these students have already in our schools. I was told at Sir John A. Macdonald they have 80 students who are in their programme who are successfully attending school. We also have schools that have never sent students to Parkview or Mountain, such as Orchard Park or Waterdown, which have a very successful approach to special needs kids. So, Mr. Chairman, I for one cannot support that the grade 8 students, now that we've done all this work, we've set all this in place, that we're building on work that we've already been doing successfully. I cannot therefore turn back to going to grade 8 students going on to the Mountain Secondary School, and we go backwards on this, because I think, Mr. Chairman, the other thing that is really important to some of us is that our job is to prepare students to have the confidence and skills when they leave school to be able to function in mainstream society. And you can't necessarily do that, Mr. Chairman, if you're not extended or have opportunities for more opportunities within school. So I will not, as I said, be supporting this recommendation.
Thank you, Trustee Bishop. Further speakers? Trustee Simmons.
Thank you. Some questions. The staff, are the staff confident that we'll be able to meet the needs of our grade 8 special needs students going into grade 9 next year with what they've done? Are they fully confident?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Executive Superintendent.
Executive Superintendent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as central office staff, we are confident, and in our conversations with our school personnel, they are quite prepared to undertake what needs to be done to ensure the success of these students. We're going to be tracking them very carefully, which will allow us at any point to put additional or different interventions or supports into place on an as-needs basis as well, so we are quite confident it will be successful.
Next question, Mr. Chair, is for these students next year that will be going from grade 8 into grade 9, will we be getting, will staff be getting direct feedback from those particular students?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll answer that question because I've asked the superintendents that the 87 students who would have historically gone to Mountain or Parkview, I will be asking for that information on a monthly basis. Similar to the information I asked for regarding who isn't reading by the beginning of grade 2. It's going to be the same kind of expectation on my part.
Thank you. Trustee Simmons?
It's important that the board shows that we believe in these students and that they can be successful and that we know that they can acquire the skills to be successful later in life. So that we need to make sure that with this new program strategy, the supports are always there and they're flexible enough for these students. I'm just wondering, I know the program strategy is being rolled out. Are there students that are presently enrolled at Mountain that are moving into back into their own local school since the program strategy rolled out?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Executive Superintendent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, a number of students did transfer to their home schools at semester 2, the beginning of semester 2 this year from Mountain, and currently the option sheets are indicating that in grades 10, 11, and 12 combined at Mountain, 70 students will remain for next year.
Thank you. Well, I have to say I'm confident with the direction that we've been taking. I have confidence that the staff is paying attention and is doing everything they can to accommodate our students, all of our students, and so I think we should stay the course with this. I know if we were to bring grade 8 students into Mountain, that they would be subjected to another transition for their final year, and that's I think I don't think that would be a positive experience. You don't have to give them another transition.
Simmons, Trustee Brennan.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I thank the trustee who moved this in terms of bringing it before us for further discussion and confirmation of our process and movement forward. I, however, cannot support the motion. Certainly, I totally agree with fellow Trustee Bishop in terms of this being, as described by Executive Superintendent Reinhold, this being the most atomized, personalized, customized, student-by-student process from grade 8 to grade 9. As some of you will know, my own involvement in my family with special education, and this to me just is so wonderful in terms of really individualized student programming. I'm thrilled. I have all the confidence in the world that in fact this will be well managed, very humane, very caring, and extremely supportive. I do, and I really appreciated hearing that the director will know monthly through the superintendents exactly how each single student is doing, and I really like that. I would hope that, and I'm not sure what mechanism we would be able to do it by, but that this Board of Trustees also have some monitoring process that in effect is really an evaluation, assessment of the program strategy implementation, but most specifically around this issue. So while I thank my fellow trustee for bringing this before us for our thinking, I will not be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Trustee Brennan. Further speakers? Trustee Hicks.
everything has been said. Just what happens if there's some roadblocks and hiccups with the monthly reports? What then happens? What will the direction be from the director to the appropriate people?
Mr. Director?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the one thing that we are learning very deeply through this process is that we sometimes speak about students as large groups, and actually when we speak about each student individually, we find out that, we talk about jump math, for instance. Jump math is helping many students. It's not for every student. And so what we need to do is determine who the caring adult is. That's something that's absolutely expected. Who is it that's going to intervene in terms of working with the parents and the families, and then what type of program adjustment needs to be made. So the expectation that I will have to the superintendents with the 87 students that we're speaking about is what changed from month 1 to month 2 if this student isn't succeeding. If this student isn't attending, what's different from month 1 to month 2? So in other words, each individual student working with each individual family with the appropriate staff at the school supported by the superintendent. I don't expect the superintendent to be doing the work, because obviously that's very inappropriate, but certainly to oversee that our students are being cared for and being served properly is something that we will monitor.
Thank you. Further questions or comments? Superintendent Susik? Or Superintendent, you got a promotion. Look at this. Look at this. That's a good salary boost.
With apologies for those of you watching at home, one of the cables got tripped over, disconnecting the streaming converter from the internet. In case, I'm not sure when we did cut out, but trustees have taken a brief recess for a break before they return and we start the school closure reviews presentation. Again, apologies for the dropped connection there temporarily. We're back up and online. If for some reason it's not working for you properly, please send me a tweet so that I'm aware.
Okay, thank you everyone for returning. We are on item 12B. Just a couple notes. We do have Trustee Petal joining us on speakerphone. Hello, Trustee Petal. And she tagged Shirley as Shirley walked out the door. So unfortunately, Shirley is feeling sick this evening, so she has gone home slightly early. So we still have 10 trustees in the room. So we're moving to item 12B, and this is Ombudsman Oversight of School Boards. This is a notice of motion that I am putting forward, so I'll turn the chair over to Chair Brennan.
Thank you. We're on item 12B, Ombudsman Oversight of School Boards, and this is a notice of motion that came from Trustee Todd White. Mr. White.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll read the motion. So whereas the Ontario government announced new accountability measures that would expand the Ontario Ombudsman oversight to include school boards, whereas the Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board supports increased transparency and accountability to the public it serves, and this was referenced in a letter in December. Whereas, if approved, Ontario will become the 6th province or territory to adopt ombudsman oversight in this area. So the motion is therefore be it resolved that HWDSB support the expansion of ombudsman oversight to include Ontario school boards, and B, that this motion be of support be sent to the Premier, Minister of Education, Ontario Ombudsman, and all local MPPs. Madam Chair, I would like to move the motion.
Thank you for that. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Trustee Orban? Thank you. Trustee White, then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to put forward this motion, and it is rather timely, which is why I put in the notice of motion. And in fact, coincidentally, today the bill was tabled in the Ontario Legislature. It is Bill 179, the Public Sector and MPP Accountability and Transparency Act, and it is now on its books. We do know at this point that several other jurisdictions have ombudsman oversight over school boards. The reason I'm putting it forward is that I believe that every parent and student or community member or taxpayer has the right to have that public scrutiny of any public organization, and that would include others in the MUSH sector, but this refers specifically to Ontario school boards. Just some context, at the provincial level, the Ombudsman has received, at least last year in their annual report, 133 school board complaints that they unfortunately had to turn away. And in fact, this is a bit of a milestone for any school board in the province. In the past, Ottawa-Carleton attempted to put forward a motion, or did in fact put forward a motion to support ombudsman oversight in school boards, and it did fail. And also Toronto Catholic attempted to create an ombudsman internally for parents and students, and that also did not come to fruition. So if this motion does pass, we will become the first board in the province of Ontario to endorse, or rather support, ombudsman oversight in this sector. And I think it is a very important step when you look at the number of efforts this board has made in the past couple of years to become what I believe one of the most transparent boards in the entire province, both in our governance practices as well as the actions of our staff. So this is certainly a step that I would endorse, as well as think would improve our practices, because everyone deserves a check and balance. So Madam Chair, I'm happy to put forward the motion.
Before we, in fact, move forward, there may not be people who understand what MUSH means, and you referred to the MUSH sector. If you could, Trustee White.
So the MUSH sector would refer to municipalities, universities, school boards, and hospitals. So those are 4 general categories. It does extend slightly beyond that. That the Ontario Ombudsman cannot investigate as per complaints from the public.
Thank you for that explanation. Trustee Orban, you seconded this. Did you wish to speak now?
A worthy motion in terms of looking at ombudsman, oversight for our province. And also, the only question I would have of my mover is, well, where would the human resources factor come into this? Ask that question as well.
Sorry, Trustee White, any thoughts on that?
It's a good question. I'm not sure I really understand the context, so I don't want to obviously ask a question of a question, but a complaint from an employee about the school board. I mean, we have our processes, the ombudsman would have theirs, and if there is a process that is not correct, they would have the ability to investigate, and there are also in-camera or rather private matters that aren't necessarily public.
Thank you for that. Trustee Turkstra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you know how it's funded and what their powers are?
Yes, Trustee White.
In terms of the funding, so in terms of the investigation powers of the ombudsman, that would be funded through that office. When we receive, or if we receive a complaint, that would be for us internally to assign that staff person on the administrative level to go through that procedure, similar to something like a freedom of information request. So it could in fact take staff time and effort to compile the information requested. But that being said, I would find it unlikely that the provincial government would provide us with extra funding for a position or the extra work that would be involved. But once again, within context, 133 complaints were received about school boards at 72 school boards. So I'm not sure whether the complaints would be overwhelming, but nonetheless, to answer the question very directly, I would imagine it would be our board to assign that to an internal person.
And what are the powers? I mean, I've read some reports lately about reports from, let's say, and the council or whatever the problem is, simply ignore it because they actually don't have any power to recommendations. The ombudsman, it would give an opinion, but do they have any powers?
Thank you for the question. Trustee White.
My understanding is that the ombudsman would identify what error may or may not have been made and suggest ways to correct that. So for instance, just as an example, perhaps it helps with context, on school boards, there's been, I think, 4 or 5, I remember about 4 off the top of my head. The most common complaints are regarding bullying, suspension process, school closures, and any other internal protocol. So they're not there. The ombudsman doesn't act as a body to state necessarily an opinion of policy that does not exist, but rather review our policy and ensure that we are in compliance with provincial legislation, or rather our own internal policies.
So what is the difference between the director's role, because you just described what the director does, with an integrity commissioner versus an ombudsman?
Thanks for the question.
So in terms of, there's an Ontario Integrity Commissioner, is that what the reference is to, through you, Madam Chair? Not to go. Okay, so I mean, from an Ontario, now I'm forgetting the term, the privacy, not which commissioner, I'm sorry, integrity commissioner. So through the Ontario Integrity Commissioner's office, they look often at financial conflict of interest. I mean, that's one of the main goals through that provincial body. This is different. So this isn't conflict of interest, but it would look at our policies and identify whether we are in fact following those policies. So whereas we could have an internal protocol, so we could create, for instance, an internal ombudsman that would be an arm-length position in order to review our own protocol. Certainly our director's job is to review our protocol in compliance with current policy and procedures. But this would be a third party external with the Ombudsman Office in order to have that check and balance external to our organization.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Trustee Simmons.
I think this is a good thing to do. I think ombudsman is a Canadian invention too, if I'm not mistaken. I believe in the 70s there used to be commercials about them, if I recall, along with those natural wildlife commercials or things from the government as well too. So I think this is good. The process around it, I guess, would be worked out by the ministry, and so I don't think we should worry about that so much. What's important about this is that it's an objective person that would be looking at a complaint of the board, and so anything like that, it only can make us better, and I think in the long term, I think this is probably, when you've got a situation where you've got a highly centralized Ministry of Education, and you have boards that sort of fall under their thumb, so to speak. You've got you can sometimes get a disconnect between the ministry and the board and what's going on, and I expect this might also show in time with boards sort of areas between ministry and boards that need to be improved on or repaired or something there that will help build bridges with relationships between ministry and boards and other boards, as well as students and parents and communities. So I think all in all, having an objective person with oversight like this is a really positive thing for a public organization.
Thank you. Any other speaker or comments or questions? Coming then to the motion, did you wish to close any additional comment? No. And to the seconder, Trustee Orban, no? Yeah. Thank you all very much. To the motion then, be it resolved that HWDSB support the expansion of ombudsman oversight to include Ontario school boards, and B, HWDSB send this motion of support to the Premier, Minister of Education, Ontario Ombudsman, and all local MPPs. To the motion, all those in favor? That is therefore unanimous. Thank you very much. I think since this will, thank you all, since this will come out probably as correspondence through the chair, I would also want to be sure that our Ontario Public School Board Association was aware of this support as well. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We're moving to item number 13. So this is the short private session portion of our evening. So what we do have to ask is for our public guests if they could exit the room briefly while we discuss any items that pertain to this, and we will welcome you back in a few moments when we are complete. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder for that report? Thank you, Trustee Johnstone. Any comments on that item? All those in favor of the motion? Thank you. That is unanimous. Thank you. Item 6 then is you will see in your package is the ARC delegation process. I've had the wonderful opportunity to be speaking to many media outlets recently about our upcoming process over the next number of months, and this is again for the trustees and for the public to understand the delegation procedure for our various special standing committees in which we will have delegations. So just to remind everyone, all trustees must register, sorry, not trustees, although all delegations must register by noon on the day of the meeting through the Officer of Trustee Services, and that's Heather Miller. And if you want to know what Heather Miller looks like, I will do a Vanna White for the Heather Miller. And then to get information through to her office. And then delegation requests will be referred to the chair of the board to be scheduled on the appropriate meeting date. Just to note, for those of you who've been involved in previous processes, you are not required to provide written submissions. If you wish to make a presentation at the time of your delegation schedule, then we will have equipment so you can show everybody your presentation. If you wish to bring any printed material to us, there are a couple of ways, I guess, but essentially you can submit it to the Officer of Trustee Services, who will be sure that that is provided to the trustees. If you're unable to attend to make a written, if you are unable to attend the delegation nights, you are highly encouraged and most welcome to make a written submission, and then that material will be part of the trustees package. Do note that's for the 3 business days before the delegation night, but at any time in this process, either before the meeting, the delegation night for your specific area, or any other area, we're open to all publics speaking to us. You can be sending emails to me. I'll make sure that that gets to all the trustees. You could attend the delegation night and have some commentary to make following the delegation, and you would like that to also go for the trustees' attention. Please make sure at least get it to the Officer of Trustee Services or myself as chair of the board, and we'll make sure that everyone is able to do that. In terms of the delegation procedure at that night, you are expected to speak to the ARC, and by this we mean the community committee's recommendation or the staff recommendation for the review being addressed that evening. You may select either 5 or 10-minute presentation time. And beforehand, let us know, and that would be wonderful, and we can help you be prepared. And then there can be a question period following your presentation, whereby the trustees will have comments to questions for clarifications from the delegation. Once the presentation itself has been heard, the trustees will or may select one of the following options. We receive the delegation or refer specific items to staff for follow-up. So that is the ARC delegation. I do want to my fellow trustees, though, point out that as we did in the last process, very much encourage the trustees to submit questions or to ask questions so that we can get information that you may not see already in the documents or not presented in the way that you need to read them in the documents. We will at the end of every meeting, special standing committee or board from now until we make our final decisions, both Trustee White as Vice Chair and myself will be making sure that there is a part of the agenda at the end of the night where we will ask for your questions. If you wish for that particular night for the answer to also be here, then we would wish once again that you get your question to the Officer of Trustee Services, hopefully by the Wednesday before, and then she'll make sure that the senior staff, the appropriate senior staff, will be able to hunt down your answers and get the material so that we would then have it on the Monday night. If you ask a question on a Monday night at the end of a meeting and we don't have the answers for you as we did last time, those questions will be generated and you'll get those answers at the meeting the next Monday. So I just want to let you know that we're following that process very closely as we did last time. And then to the public, and again, a reminder to the trustees, Monday, April the 7th is a delegation night for West Glanbrook review area. April 29th is West Flamborough Delegation Night. May 5th is East Hamilton Delegation Night. And just to throw us off our Monday night every week, we're going to do a Tuesday, and I don't want this information lost. We are going to do a Tuesday, May 6th on the Central Mountain Delegation Night. In addition, just as we move forward and for the public to understand and for the trustees to be reminded, at this stage, May the 12th and 26th are decision points for the West Glanbrook decision. One to be at the first to be at the standing committee and then ratified at the board. May 26th will also be a decision at the special standing committee for West Flamborough, and then to be ratified later. June the 2nd will be the decision at the special standing for East Hamilton. June the 9th will be the decision at standing for Central Mountain. And June 16th is when we will meet to ratify the decisions made previously or changed, as you know, our process in terms of rediscussion and rethinking, West Flamborough, East Hamilton, and Central Mountain. So I do hope that answers at least questions in terms of process. Yes, Trustee Hicks.
On process, the sixth one at the very last to be, remember the last time we went through this when we items to be for staff for follow-up. When do we get the follow-up, and is that at the next appropriate meeting? There was some confusion when we receive that and how we receive it.
I think this time, this time, because it could be an individual trustee asking a question, and then maybe the last time only that individual trustee got the answer. This time the answers will come the next Monday night. That's my understanding.
Thank you.
And that's for all the trustees. So whether you're asking a personal, nobody else has heard the question, all the answers will be for all trustees to consider.
That was critical.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. We then move, if we may, to the reports from special committees. The special committee we have a report from tonight is the Governance Committee. And just as, again, a piece of process there for the trustees, we have 2 items there, and I'll look to the chair of that committee momentarily, but the Program Committee and then the HWDSB Foundation. And depending on how those 2 items proceed, we may need a nomination and perhaps even an election process for things falling from those 2 items, in which case we will do that after. Immediately after. Thank you. Yes, Trustee Johnstone?
So for the committee report, we have 2 motions to be approved. So the first one is that the board approve the program committee terms of reference. And if you flip over onto the back to 7A-1, you'll see the references are there.
Yeah, Trustee Johnstone, if we could take that motion, you as the mover, and look for a seconder?
Yes.
Okay. Could I have a seconder to that motion then? Trustee Hicks? Back to Trustee Johnstone in terms of speaking for the motion?
I think that it's pretty self-explanatory. There's been a lot of work that has been put in to the terms of reference. So I think unless there's any questions, we could probably move to a vote.
Thank you for anticipating my very next move. Do I have any commentary on this? Oh, yes, Trustee White.
Just clarification on process. So the motion is to move the entire report or just the one item?
No, that one item.
Okay.
All those moved by Trustee Johnstone, seconded by Trustee Hicks, that the board approve the program committee terms of reference. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. Trustee Johnstone, to your second motion, please.
Yes, so for the second motion tonight, so that there be 2 trustees on the foundation board of directors and that members be selected at the board meeting.
Okay, thank you for that. And I need a seconder to that motion as well. Thank you, Trustee Johnstone. Yes, Trustee Simmons. Trustee Johnstone.
So this, I guess, is part of our, I guess this has been an ongoing discussion in regards to the foundation board. And I know that we've been talking about it for, I guess, in this boardroom for over a year now. So the governance committee did put forward the recommendation for 2 members. I think that I have any further explanation for it, but that's where we are. If we have any further questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Trustee Simmons, any commentary to the motion? Yes, Trustee White.
But just a brief understanding. So with this motion, we would change the initial membership of the foundation to 10 altogether. I believe previously it was 9. We had 4 staff, I believe, 1 trustee, and 4 community members, with a total of 9. That's my understanding.
Yes.
As per previous board motion.
Yes, to the director.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to ask Superintendent Zucker to respond to the actual makeup of the committee with this potential change.
Currently, the motion allows, or the bylaws allow us to have between 9 and 15 members. This change would allow us to have 4 members of the staff, so it would be myself, the director, 3 members, and Sharon Stepanian, superintendent. Have then 5 community members, and
in terms of, so is that, is the administrator counted in the membership, or is that 10? 3 staff, 5 community, and 2 trustees?
For you, Madam Chair, the administrator is a member of the board.
So that's 11.
3, 5, 2, 1.
Yeah, thank you very much. So that is 11. Thank you. Trustee White?
Yeah, just one clarification on that. I seem to recall, and I could be completely wrong, was it not 4 community members? I seem to recall it being 9 as the total number, 4 community members, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
You, Madam Chair, to the superintendent.
yes, the original makeup was 4 community members. We have not constituted the board yet, so these members have not been elected. What has happened through the recruitment process and in determining the membership required for the board, based on the needs of the foundation, it was determined that it would be nice to have that extra community member, plus based on legal opinion, and the Not-for-Profit Act requires us to have more community members than staff members. So for all of those reasons, recommended to the board of directors of the foundation to approve the 5th community member. And that will be what is put forward as a recommendation at the next foundation board meeting.
That process, though, is outside the this motion. This motion is actually about 2 trustees. Yeah. Trustee White?
Okay, so I think the answer to the question is that the 5th community member has not been added yet. There are currently only 4 as per board motion. Therefore, with the extra trustee, we're now at a membership of 10. So that's my understanding. So the next, I mean, to me, what I was getting at was what the superintendent suggested, which is there is now an imbalance because we trustee, we should increase the community member, but it sounds like that will be dealt with at the first meeting, so I guess I won't move an amendment. The second question I have on this motion, Madam Chair, is we identified 2 trustees. I want to inquire on, given this makeup on staff side, why we did not include the chair of the board as one of those 2 trustees. And I unfortunately had to leave the meeting early, so I wasn't able to be part of that discussion.
Thanks for the question. I'll go to the Chair of Governance for the answer.
So we had a lively discussion, and it was felt that if we had 2 trustees that were involved, that would be sufficient. The chair is involved in a number of different committees. We also discussed the fact that we don't know what the strengths and skill sets that trustees and future boards of trustees will be bringing, and interests for that matter, will be bringing to this boardroom. And we would not want to, I guess, prevent or exclude a trustee from having the opportunity to participate in this committee, especially if they bring forth those skill sets and interests that deal with that would deal with the foundation.
Thank you for the answer. Yes, Trustee White?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the answer. Like I said, I wasn't able to attend that portion of the meeting. I do feel rather strongly, given the structure, that the chair, and not referring to you specifically, Madam Chair, but you and all future chairs, be one member of the foundation. And I would like to make a case for that, but I'd like to, rather than mention all of my arguments now, I'd like to move a motion that, or an amendment rather, to the motion that one of the 2 trustee members be the chair of the board.
We have a seconder to the amendment. Will not. Well, I expect a coup sometime later this week. Just give me notice. Your amendment does not go anywhere, Trustee White. There was no seconder. You can use my time now, I think.
Okay, with my 30 seconds remaining. Just speaking then now to the main motion. I support the idea of 2 trustees. I do believe that one of the makeup should be the chair of the board. When we look on staff side, we've identified...
Sorry, Trustee White, that amendment has not gone anywhere.
No, I'm referring to the main motion.
Okay, well,
so the reason
let's keep it on the main motion, please.
Well, I didn't speak to my motion, but the reason why I'm not supporting it, once again, to the motion, why I'm not supporting the motion is that I don't believe that the trustee makeup should just be simply 2 trustees. And I won't get into who should be the 2 trustees, but on staff side, that's what I'll comment on, if I may, Madam Chair. We do have the director, we do have 2 senior superintendents, which is great. But then on the trustees side, we don't have our finger on the pulse in terms of our leadership on the board. We have the leadership on staff side, but then ours is a bit scattered. So I do think that it's a bit odd there. So I do not support the motion, and I'll leave it there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else to the motion? Okay, not hearing anybody to the motion. Moved by Trustee Johnstone, seconded by Trustee Simmons, that there be 2 trustees on the Foundation Board of Directors and that members be selected at the board meeting. All those in favor? Trustee Simmons, Student Trustee Van Egdon, Trustee Johnstone, Trustee Bishop, Brennan, Mulholland, Orban, Hicks, Turkstra, and those opposed. Oh, sorry, and Trustee Petal. My apologies, Trustee Petal. And those opposed, Trustee White. The motion is carried. We then have the privilege and the joy of looking for the membership of the program committee in front of us tonight. As you know, the committee, we can have 3 to 5 trustees, And if we only have 3 people interested, of course, we can go forward with the committee. If we have more than 5, then we'll be, I understand it'll be sudden death over time, but there will be election. So with that before us, let's start with at least interest. Who wants to be on the program committee? Trustee Bishop? White? Brennan? If I'm allowed to be on this, by the way. Do we have anybody else interested? So we have three members of the Board of Trustees who would be on this committee, and that will be Trustee Bishop, Trustee White, and Trustee Brennan. All those in favor of accepting those nominations? Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Petal. Okay, we have our program committee membership. I think since I am a person interested in being on the foundation board, just because I'm a person, I'm going to ask Trustee White to run this nomination.
Okay, we're looking for nominations. I'm sorry, Trustee Turkstra.
We don't have any terms of reference for this, so
It's a very good point, but on to the topic and the motion, we do have to select 2 trustees. Staff is obligated to select the 4 plus community members and their staff members or the appropriate administrator. So at this point, we do not know the terms of reference or the mandate, seen as it has not been approved, other than the guiding principles which have been approved by board. No, we do not.
do we know if there's one before the...
Well, I'll go to the director because there's minimum legal requirements around that, but in terms of the schedule, I'm not sure. Perhaps the director can give us insight.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is a meeting scheduled for March 31st where the board would be constituted. At that time, the board would take on a different, the board of the foundation would take on a different relationship with this board, and legally then that board would determine numbers of meetings and so forth, and what this Board of Trustees' responsibility would be, according to the motion, is to always have 2 members. If a trustee wished not to participate any longer, he or she would just come back to this board to say, I no longer wish to be the representative, and then this board would elect, if necessary, another person to serve on the foundation board.
Trustee Turkstra?
So March 31st.
Correct. Mr. Director?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the meeting is scheduled prior to our board meeting.
Thank you. Further questions, comments? Okay, so we're looking for nominations for the 2 trustee positions to the foundation. Do we have any nominations or interest? Let's just put it that way. We have Trustee Hicks, Trustee Brennan. Any further interest? Being none, we'll move to a motion to accept our 2 trustee representatives to the foundation as Trustee Hicks and Trustee Brennan. I guess we need a mover and seconder to the motion, technically. Yes. Do we have a mover for Trustee Hicks and Brennan? Trustee Bishop, moved seconded by Trustee Turkstra. All in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you. And we turn the chair back to Chair Brennan.
Okay, we have reports from staff. Mr. Director? And just to remind everyone, we are at 17 minutes to 10.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding the accommodation review reports, tonight we are here to receive 3 elementary accommodation review reports. As the board is aware, one report was received last month for Glanbrook on February 24th. On June 17, 2013, the board approved these 4 elementary accommodation reviews. In September, committees were struck. As we know, committees include parents, staff, as well as community members from these affected schools. Work began at the beginning of October. The committees that we'll be hearing from this evening held a combined total of 27 working group meetings where they met to review data, discuss public input, create and analyze accommodation scenarios, and finally determine their preferred options. These committees also held a combined total of 13 public meetings where they shared information on the schools involved, provided potential options, asked questions of the public, and listened to feedback on the process and options. Tonight, each accommodation review committee report and the board staff report will be presented for receipt by trustees. Each ARC, as we've discussed, will have a delegation night. West Flamborough on April 29th, East Hamilton May 5th, and Central Mountain on May 6th. So as trustees are aware, but I'll communicate for our broader public, the process up to this point has been in the hands of our committees following the terms of reference set by this board. Staff provided a recommendation at the beginning of this process, has adjusted those recommendations in response to the community's reports, our committee's reports, and now it is being brought to you because the entire process is now resting with you at this time. So our plan this evening is that each accommodation review committee report will be offered and then staff will follow for each specific ARC process. And through you, Madam Chair, I believe that the officer, if the board is ready, will introduce our first presenters.
Through you, Madam Chair, our first ARC report this evening is for the West Flamborough grouping of schools, which includes Beverly Central, Dr. Seton, Greensville, Mill Grove, and Spencer Valley. The work of this particular accommodation review began on October 2nd and through 8 working group meetings and 5 public meetings. They completed their work at the beginning of February, at which point they, as per our policy, submitted their final report to the Director of Education. Presenting on the ARC recommendations on behalf of the ARC is the Chair of the ARC, Superintendent Mag Gardner.
Thank you, Daniel, and through the Chair, I'm pleased to present the ARC recommendations. Before I do, though, I'd like to acknowledge the work of the ARC. It was a terrific group and very, very committed to this work. Unfortunately, members of the committee were unable to present tonight, so you get me. I'd like to explain the recommendation in terms of 2 parts. If we were to take that jurisdiction and divide it east and west, part 1 captures the west, that is to say Beverly Central and Dr. Seton schools. And their recommendation is to build a new 350 pupil place replacement school on the Beverly Community Center site. And if that's not viable, their recommendation is that a new school be built on the Beverly Central site, Beverly Central School site. The east part of the ARC, which includes Greensville, Mill Grove, Spencer Valley, is where things might get a little confusing, so I do want to explain it carefully. The ARC committee recommends that, and their preference is that they close Greensville, Mill Grove, and Spencer Valley in June 2016 and build a new 525 pupil replacement school on the Spencer Valley site. If that is not viable, their second option to that east part of the jurisdiction is that they recommend the closure of Greensville and Spencer Valley in June 2016. That would mean a recommendation that a new 350 pupil replacement school is built on the Spencer Valley site, and it also means Millgrove would remain status quo. That's to say, Millgrove would remain open. Millgrove, as you know, is a JK to 5 school. The students would follow into the Spencer Valley site for 6 to 8. Providing you with a map of what's Part 1 and Part 2A, that is to say, the first preference of the ARC committee. You can see the new school recommended there on the community center site. That's in Rockton, near 8 and just above Highway 5. So you can see how these two areas are shown on the map. Just to summarize, then, for the preferred option is that a new JK to 8, 525 pupil place school would be built for Millgrove, Greensville, and Spencer Valley students, and as well another new JK to 8, 350 pupil place school for the Beverly Central and Spencer Valley students. You can see that there's a funding strategy here indicating how this would be sourced. I'm going to park that discussion because I know that the staff has a very similar option to explain, and they'll go into detail when they do their report. So the ARC committee then, if the Part 2A preference cannot be realized, they would like to recommend still that Part 1 includes the closure of Beverly Central and Dr. Seton in June 2016. But the Part 2B, to be clear about, involves the closure of 2 schools, Greensville and Spencer Valley, in June 2016. This would mean a 350 pupil place replacement school at Spencer Valley, and a reminder that Millgrove would remain open. This is what the boundary would look like if this were to be the recommended option. So we're talking about 2 new schools recommended by the ARC, 350 pupil place schools, and Millgrove staying open. The funding, you can see before you, and again, I will let the staff explore that further. So summary then, it's really a 2-part recommendation dividing the jurisdiction between east and west. Part 1 is the western part, where Dr. Seton and Beverly Central would be closed, and a new 350 pupil place school, replacement school, would be built on the Beverly Community Central site. And if that's not viable, their recommendation is that that the new school be built on the Beverly Central site. The second part of the recommendation, that's to say for the east part of that jurisdiction, their preference is to close Greensville, Millgrove, and Spencer Valley in June 2016 and build a 525 pupil placement school, a new one, on the Spencer Valley site. A backup plan to that, Part 2B, involves the closure of 2 schools, Greensville and Spencer Valley, to be closed in June 2016. leaving Millgrove open, and building a new 350 pupil replacement school on the Spencer Valley site.
Now we would be receiving the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The staff report regarding this area attempts to do two things. One, it matches the community's interests through the ARC committee in terms of its first scenario. And secondly, I want to put forward to the board that it also is based upon a staff recommendation regarding a K-8 model. And the purpose for that recommendation is that in our own work, we have investigated the significance of this model in terms of fewer transitions for students, and I wanted to share with the board that those were two pieces that will be part of what our manager and officer are going to now present. So through you, Madam Chair, to Manager Worling.
Okay. Thank you. And I have the joy of presenting the staff recommendations, the first portion of that. So I wanted to start out by talking about the original staff option. You'll recall in early October at each one of our first public meetings, staff presented their first recommendations for these particular accommodation reviews. And as we stated in those public meetings, these were the staff's recommendations. They were done in-house. They were done without public input. And we always maintained that our staff recommendations could and would likely change as we move through the process. As we listen to the public input, we've had significant input both through working group meetings and public meetings. So we started out with a recommendation to close Beverly Central in June of 2014 and move all of the students to Dr. Seton that were at Beverly Central, with minor renovations and additions required. Then we looked at the closure of Greensville again in 2014 and said that students would attend Spencer Valley. We would need a 2-room renovation for full-day kindergarten and a 2-room addition. Staff also recommended that Millgrove would remain open and that Millgrove would receive a portion of the Greensville students. So in front of you is the boundary map. You can see that we merged Dr. Seton and Beverly Central, that Millgrove received additional students from Greensville, and that Greensville and Spencer Valley were merged together. That was the original staff option recommended in October of 2013. So having gone through this ARC process, staff have revised their recommendations, and in fact, they mirror the recommendations of the committee. So we are recommending the closure of Beverly Central and Dr. Seton in June of 2016. We're recommending the construction of 350 pupil-placed JK-8 school for the combined Beverly Central and Dr. Seton students. And we are exploring the opportunity of providing that at the Beverly Community Center site. This site is a piece of property owned by the City of Hamilton. The other, if that's not viable, would be that we would construct on the Beverly Central site. The second recommendation by staff is that we would close Greensville, Millgrove, and Spencer Valley in June of 2016, and we would be building a new 525 pupil-placed JK-8 school for those 3 schools, and it would be located on the Spencer Valley site. These are the exact same recommendations we saw from the staff, or from the ARC committee. The other piece that staff's recommending that as we finalize the schools that will remain or the new schools that will be built, we'll finalize the location of our special education programs that are currently housed in these schools to ensure we have the appropriate locations for these programs. The other piece that we will be doing is making sure that we have the right sized schools that we'll be putting forward one last review of the enrollment process or enrollment projections before we put forward a business case to the ministry to fund these new schools that we're asking for. So this is what the new map would look like. You've seen it before. It's the merger of Dr. Seton and Beverly Central, along with the merger of Millgrove, Greensville, and Spencer Valley on the Spencer Valley site. Both schools would be JK-8. Each of the ARC committees has a set of reference criteria they're required to follow. One of the first ones, the facility utilization, is defined as the enrollment as a percentage of on-the-ground capacity. So our goal is to maximize the use of board-owned facilities over the long term. So in this particular ARC, utilization of these groups of schools increases from 76% to 102% by 2016 upon implementation. In this ARC, we see a reduction of 400 pupil places, and the 2 new schools are projected to remain over 90% through projections to 2022. Another reference criteria is the use of permanent and non-permanent accommodation. Permanent accommodation refers to our existing brick and mortar, while non-permanent structures include structures such as portables and porta-packs. Our goal in this whole exercise is to minimize the use of non-permanent accommodation as a long-term strategy, while recognizing that it could be a short-term strategy. The recommendations put forward tonight do not require the use of portables or porta-packs to accommodate students over the long term. They may be used on a short-term basis as the accommodation reviews are put forward or at the very opening of these schools. When you look at program offerings, the next reference criteria, the Accommodation Review Committee must consider program offerings, each with their own specific requirements at each location. In this ARC, all students will now attend JK to 8 schools. All students will also continue to have the same access to program and extracurriculars and learning resources. Next reference criteria refers to quality teaching and learning environments. The Accommodation Review Committee should consider program environments and how well they are conducive to learning. In this particular ARC, multiple classes per grade in the schools allows for teacher collaboration with grade and division teams. Larger schools offers greater choice of co-curriculars and extracurricular activities for students. And again, all students are in JK to 8 facilities, which reduces the number of transitions before secondary school. Another reference criteria is the transportation, and the committee should consider the board's existing transportation policy and how it may be impacted by or limit proposed accommodation recommendations. These recommendations before you tonight adhere to our transportation policy. We currently require 24 buses, not including special education buses, and it's estimated that there would be no additional buses required as a result of these accommodation review recommendations. Reference criteria is referring to partnership opportunities as a requirement. The policy and ministry guidelines, Accommodation Review Committee would consider the opportunities for partnerships. As well, when we look at equity, the Accommodation Review Committee should consider the board's equity policy, specifically as it relates to accessibility, both in terms of physical school access as well as transportation and program environments. HWDSB has considered and inquired about potential partnership opportunities with no appropriate responses, and the recommendation does adhere to the equity policy, noting that almost all facilities still require upgrades to meet the physical accessibility standards. In this case, 2 new schools would, of course, be made fully accessible. The long-term facilities master plan has a series of guiding principles, and we compare this particular
Sorry, Manager Warling, but according to our rules, the clock has just hit 10. So I do need a motion from moved and seconded by a member of the members of the Board of Trustees. Per our rules, the extensions go in 15 or 30 minutes. Trustee White?
I move to extend 30 minutes.
Do I have a seconder for that? Trustee Simmons? All those in favor? I have Trustee Petal, Simmons, Student Trustee Van Egden, Trustee Johnstone, Bishop, Brennan, White, Orban, Hicks, and Turkstra. Those opposed? Trustee Mulholland. So you can continue.
Thank you. So as I was saying, our long-term facilities master plan has a series of guiding principles. When we look at those compared to this set of ARCs, school utilization, we said we would be in the range of 90 to 110%. This particular planning area with the implementation would reach 102%. When we look at school capacities, we were looking for schools within around 500 to 600 students. Currently, all 5 schools have a capacity of less than 350 students. With this recommendation, we create 1 school of 525 and 1 school of 350 pupil places. The school or grade organization, our recommendations in the long-term facilities master plan is for kindergarten to grade 8 facilities. We currently have 3 JK to 5s, 1 middle school, and 1 JK to 8 school in this particular ARC. We're now moving to 2 JK to 8 schools. School site size, it's recommended approximately 6 acres would be an optimal school site size. Our new 525 pupil place school would be situated on an 8-acre site, and the new 350 pupil place school would be on a minimum of 4 acres if it was built on the Beverly Central site. So our capital requirements, as we've said before, we'll be looking for a JK to 8 school for 525 pupil places and a new JK to 8 school for 350 pupil places. I'm now going to turn it over to Officer Del Bianco.
Just quickly, the 2 other components that we need to take a look at very quickly are the funding components of all of this. That includes the funding for 2 new elementary schools. In this case, that would equal approximately $17 million. Being in a rural area of the board, the proceeds of disposition aren't much, and you can see there that the funding we're able to provide to this project would include $1.5 million in estimated proceeds of disposition, approximately $500,000 in 1 year's worth of operational savings. So the backbone of this entire strategy would come from a capital priorities business case to the Ministry of Education. At the present time, we can't self-fund 2 new schools in this particular area. But barring 2 new schools, as outlined in the report, there is additions that can be done at 2 of the schools to accommodate the students. So there is a fallback situation. One of the questions that we always receive is what's the impact on renewal? So the closure of 5 schools eliminates almost $20 million in future renewal needs. And you can see there, that's a pretty easy one. So in summary, staff has recommended the closure of all 5 schools, the construction of 2 new schools. It would eliminate approximately $20 million in future deferred capital maintenance, and we believe that in lining up our proposal with the proposal produced by the Accommodation Review Committee, we would address the long and short-term needs of the board. And just quickly, this evening, as with every single report in front of you, tonight we're just asking for the board to receive the reports and approve the 20-day moratorium on making a decision. And then the other meeting dates has been presented already, are outlined for everybody there. And that concludes our first one.
Okay, thank you. There is a recommended action, which is part of the pro forma to the process. 9-1, that trustees receive the West Flamborough Accommodation Review reports. And that's both of the reports that we've received, and defer a final decision for at least 60 calendar days as per the board's pupil accommodation review policy and Ministry of Education guidelines. Do I have a mover for that? Trustee Terkstra? Do I have a seconder? Trustee White? Any commentary on the motion itself? Seeing none. Oh, yes, Trustee Terkstra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to rate, on behalf of the West Flamborough Accommodation Committee that, they were an outstanding group to work with, and very professional, very respectful, and always with the student in mind at the center of their decision making. And I just wanted to, make a note about the Beverly Community Center. I don't think it came across in either reports that this is a site that it is owned by the city with an arena, and it's also, I think, a 63-acre site with softball, football, so many amenities on that, and obviously we're hopeful to. We've been working with the city on trying to move that initiative forward. So that would actually be a partnership proposal to the ministry, because it would be a joint venture with the city. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear to trustees.
To the motion itself, moved by Trustee Terkstra, seconded by Trustee White. All those in favor? Thank you. That is carried unanimously. We now go to the second report.
Through you, Madam Chair, our second report this evening is for the East Hamilton City Review Area. The committee began its work on October 3rd, and through 8 working group meetings and 4 public meetings, they concluded their work and handed a report to the Director of Education on February 10th. This evening, we have ARC members to present their accommodation option, and to do those formal introductions, the chair of the East Hamilton City Accommodation Review Committee, Superintendent Joshua.
Thank you for that.
Good evening, and thank you. I just also want to reiterate some of the great comments that were made about the last committee. We also were very pleased with the commitment from many ARC members throughout this East Hamilton ARC review. And I want to acknowledge that a number of members of the ARC committee are here this evening and have patiently been waiting to support our 2 volunteers as they present the report. So without further ado, I want to acknowledge Abigail Boyko and Sandra Lindsay, 2 members of our ARC committee who will be presenting the report, and also an acknowledgement to Susan Pertula, who would have been standing up here with the 2, volunteered, but she is battling a severe case of laryngitis. So I know you're here in spirit, Susan. So I'll turn things over to Sandra and to Abigail.
Welcome, and thank you so very much for coming to make the presentation. Really appreciate that.
Okay, sorry. All right. So our ARC is actually making 2 recommendations. Our first recommendation is to close Parkdale, Rosedale, Roxborough Park, Viscount Montgomery, and Woodward in June of 2016, sorry. The recommendation includes the suggestion to build a new 250 pupil place JK to 8 school on the Viscount Montgomery site for Rosedale, portion of Roxborough Park, Parkdale, and Viscount students. This recommendation also includes that Woodward and a portion of Parkdale and Roxborough Park would move to Hillcrest, and a portion of Parkdale would also move to WH Ballard. This is a visual map of the proposed changes. The criteria that we've already gone through the definition of the criteria. So in the terms of facility utilization, this recommendation meets that criteria because the utilization for the grouping of schools is proposed to increase from 67% to 93% in 2016, which would be upon the implementation. The reduction of an approximately 1,240 pupil spaces, and 2 of the 3 schools open schools are projected to remain at approximately 90% utilization through 2022. In terms of permanent and non-permanent accommodations, this is again the bricks and mortars, porta-packs, portables. This recommendation would mean that there is no portables or porta-packs that would need to be utilized at any of the schools over the long term. Program offerings, this criteria was met with this recommendation. The 3 remaining schools will be JK to 8. Students will continue to have the same access to program, extracurricular, and learning resources. Quality teaching and learning environment. This criteria was met through multiple classrooms per grade in the schools, allows for teachers to collaborate with grades and division teams. Larger schools often offer greater choice of co-curricular and extracurricular, that's not an easy word to say, curricular activities. Students and families bring a wonderful tradition of caring, integration, and positive school climates, which would only enhance the school environment for each student. One of our ongoing discussions was about the community feel of big schools versus smaller schools. So, transportation. This recommendation does adhere to the transportation policy. There's currently 4 buses, not including special education, within the East Hamilton City boundaries, and it's anticipating that 5 additional buses will be required to meet the students' needs under this recommendation. Partnership opportunities, again, the WHDSB did reach out. There was no appropriate responses for partnerships opportunities, and equality, none of the facilities met all of the requirements, so there will be some upgrades to meet the physical accessibility standards. Capital requirements of this recommendation would be that Hillcrest would require 2 full-day kindergarten spaces and 2 classroom renovations. WH Ballard would need the full-day kindergarten space and 2 classroom renovations as well. And the new JK to 8 school would be a 550 pupil place requirement. So in this recommendation, we're looking at an estimated cost of about $11 million, and we would have to look at the disposal of the assets, the operation savings, full-day kindergarten, there's funding available, and that would require a capital funding of $10 million. Currently, there's a combined estimate of $370 million in renewal needs for all 7 schools. So this recommendation estimates that the renewal needs in the benchmark would be $12 million. And that just goes through the funding. Well, all right, Abby's going to talk about our second recommendation. Thank you.
And just to be clear, Abigail was the one who just spoke, and this is, no, it's the other way around.
Yeah.
So thank you. This is Abigail.
Yes.
Welcome, too. Oh, you're the clicker man.
He's my little
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Our second recommendation is the closure of Parkdale and Roxborough in June of 2015, a portion of Parkdale into Hillcrest, Viscount Montgomery into WH Ballard, a portion of Roxborough Park into Hillcrest and into Viscount Montgomery, and a portion of Hillcrest into Woodward, and a portion of Viscount Montgomery into Rosedale. You'll see there's the map with the recommendations for number 2. Facility utilization, it's, as you know, we're on the ground capacity. Utilization for the 5 open schools is proposed to increase from 67% to 78% in 2015 upon implementation. Reduction of approximately 660 pupil places. 4 of the 5 open schools are projected to remain at approximately 70% utilization through 2022. Excuse me. The permanent and non-permanent accommodations is a bricks and mortar, which we've already taken care of in the previous ARCs, and will not use the portables or porta packs to accommodate the students. Program offerings. The Accommodation Review Committee must consider program offerings each with their own specific requirements at each location. 3 JK to 8 schools and 2 JK to 5 schools. All students will also continue to have the same access to program, extracurriculars, and learning resources. Quality teaching and learning environments. The multiple classes per grade in school allow for teacher collaboration in grade and division teams. Larger schools often offer greater choices for co-curricular and extracurricular activities. Students and families bring a wonderful tradition of caring, integration, and positive school climates, which will only enhance the school experience for each student. Transportation. The Accommodation Review Committee should consider the board's existing transportation policy and how it may impact or buy or limit proposed accommodations. Recommendations would adhere to the Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board transportation policy. Currently 4 buses, not including special education, are required for East Hamilton. An additional 5 buses are required to meet the needs of students who qualify for transportation. The Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board has considered and inquired about potential partnership opportunities with no appropriate responses. The recommendation would adhere to the Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board's equity policy, noting that almost all facilities still require upgrades to meet the physical accessibility standard. Hillcrest would need 1 full-day kindergarten space. W.H. Ballard, 1 full kindergarten space and 2 classroom renovations. And Viscount Montgomery, 1 full-day kindergarten space. The funding. The estimated cost of the ARC recommendation for number 2 is $900,000. Estimated proposed funding strategy. Estimated proceeds of disposition is $3.6 million. 1-year operational savings of $500,000. Full-day kindergarten funding of $700,000, and capital priorities funding is 0. Status quo. Currently, there is a combined estimate of $37 million in renewal needs for all 7 schools. ARC recommendation number 2, estimated renewal need, or Ministry of Education benchmark, is $28 million. Remaining renewal costs high and urgent of from 1 to 5 years is $6 million. Remaining renewals 6 to 10 years is $20 million. An allowance to meet the Ministry of Education benchmark is $2 million. In the summary, the 2 recommendations. The ARC recommendation 1, the closure of Parkdale, Rosedale, Roxborough Park, Viscount Montgomery, and Woodward in June 2016. Build a new 550 pupil place JK to 8 school on Viscount Montgomery site for Rosedale, a portion of Roxborough Park, Parkdale, and Viscount Montgomery students. The ARC recommendation number 2 is the closure of Parkdale and Roxborough in June 2015. Schools would be consolidated between Hillcrest, Viscount Montgomery, and W.H. Ballard. The committee's recommendations have been thoughtfully considered and are based on a balance of available information and input through public consultation. The accumulation of that work in this presentation is respectfully presented to the trustees of the Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And now we have the staff report.
Yes, thank you. So again, I'll start out with the original staff option. Again, I'll remind you, they were presented in October. These reports, original staff option was done by staff without the input from public. And as we said, they probably would change. And in this case, our staff option, the original staff option our staff option that we'll present tonight no longer represents what's here. Originally, we recommended that we would close Parkdale in June of 2014 and that we would move all of the students from Parkdale into W.H. Ballard. We also recommended the closure of Rosedale in 2014 and that all of those students would attend Viscount Montgomery. We recommended the closure of Roxborough Park and Woodward in June of 2014 and all of those students would attend Hillcrest Public School. So this was the original staff option. As you can see, we didn't play with the lines on the map. So all of the students from each one of the schools that we're closing were moved en masse into their receiving elementary school. The revised staff option mirrors the first recommendation that you had from the committee tonight. So we are following that the committee recommendation. We're recommending the closure of Parkdale, Roxborough Park, and Woodward in June of 2015. During that time, staff would be looking to construct a new 550 pupil place JK to 8 school on the Viscount Montgomery site. And this new school would house students from Rosedale, a portion of Roxborough Park, Parkdale, a portion of Parkdale, and the Viscount Montgomery students. Woodward and a portion of the Parkdale students and Roxborough Park students would move into Hillcrest, and a portion of the Parkdale would move into Ballard, and a portion of Roxborough Park would move into Viscount Montgomery. In June of 2016, upon the completion of the new school on the Viscount Montgomery site, we would recommend the closure of Viscount Montgomery and Rosedale, and all of those students would move together into a new 550 pupil place JK to 8 school. I think it's easier to understand if you look at the map. So you can see the lines on the map are very different than that first map I put up. The ARC has been, I think, quite brave and recommended some great boundaries that make a lot of sense. It does split school communities, but for a long-term viable options, these make a lot of sense. And for that reason, staff are recommending not only the same closures, but the suggestion of a new site or new school on Viscount Montgomery and changing the lines on the map. Again, the size of the new school will be, and the additions required will be determined when we, as we move forward with planning that construction. I'm going to go through the reference criteria really quickly, folks, because they actually mirror what you've already heard tonight. Utilization grows to 93%. We reduce over 1,000 pupil places, and 2 of our 3 open schools will remain over 90% utilization through 2022. We don't expect we'll need portables or porta-packs through the implementation of this particular recommendation. Program offerings, we've already heard the same thing. All of these schools are moving to JK to 8 models. Quality teaching and learning environments, we've had that discussion. Larger schools, multiple classes, and again, JK to 8 facilities will reduce the number of transitions before secondary school for our students. These are the same under transportation, the exact same comments that you heard from your staff, from your ARC committee members. Again, partnership opportunities and equity mirrors the same comments. When we talk about our long-term facilities master plan, this is where we differ because this is our staff's and our board's approved guiding principles. So the East Hamilton planning area, our school utilization reaches that 90 to 110% because it reaches 93% in 2016. The school capacities, 4 out of 7 of our schools had capacities less than 375 students. The recommendation will increase to 3 larger schools. The 3 schools will be larger than 375. The capacities will be 550, 696, and 840. When you look at the grade reorganizations, we take 4 K to 5s and 3 JK to 8s, and we create 3 JK to 8 schools. So all of our students experience a JK to 8 model. When we look at site sizes, the average site size will increase from 4 acres to 5 acres. These are urban inner city schools. So once the final decision has been made, again, we will make sure that we have the right number of full-day kindergarten spaces. We'll make sure that we have the right number of classrooms, and we're looking for 1 JK to 8 school at this point in time. We believe that the business case to the ministry would be for a 550 pupil place JK to 8 school. Some minor work that needs to be done at Hillcrest to increase the number of full-day kindergarten spaces and a couple classrooms. WH Ballard would receive a full-day kindergarten space. and 2 classroom renovations. I'm going to turn it over to Officer Del Bianco, who can talk to you a little bit more about the funding strategy and how we plan to do this particular ARC.
Through you, Madam Chair, very quickly, because I know we're almost at the end of our first 30-minute segment. The estimated cost of the staff recommendation is just over $11 million. When you break that down and how we can almost self-fund this entire project, we anticipate approximately $7 million in proceeds of disposition from the sale of the properties. Again, we have about $800,000 in potential operational savings that we would incur from the closure of the schools. We do have full-day kindergarten funding available to us that we can contribute to the projects to the tune of approximately $700,000. But first and foremost, as has been our practice all along, we would submit it as a business case to the Ministry of Education as one of our capital priorities in the fall. When we take a look at the grand scheme of things, there's a combined estimated, well, approximately $37 million in deferred capital maintenance at the 7 schools. When we look at what we're looking to do, we're looking to achieve here, we're dropping that number from 37 to almost 12. I don't want there to be any mistake in the fact that there still remains renewal needs at some of our schools, even though we go through these accommodation reviews. The good point is there's more dollars to spend on fewer schools. So within the next 10 years at the remaining facilities, we anticipate an additional $12 million over the course of time to address those renewal needs. You can see how it's broken down there. We anticipate approximately $3 million in the first 1 to 5 years, and then the balance of that we're looking long-term at 6 or 10 years. We always put this allowance for ministry benchmark because we realize as you combine schools or increase enrollment, some of our older facilities weren't built to what the ministry benchmarks for size, for example, of a gymnasium is. So if we're going to increase the enrollment at a facility, we want to make sure things like the library or the gymnasium are of the proper size to accommodate any additional students. So we carry, I don't want to say a contingency, but an allowance in the work that we're proposing to increase those facility requirements. And again, just quickly, it's the staff recommendation, which mirrors the ARC recommendation, to close Parkdale, Rosedale, Roxborough Park, and Viscount Montgomery. We're looking at removing approximately $28 million in deferred capital maintenance over the course of the long term. And in working with the committee, we believe that this option represents the best long-term, short-term strategy for this particular review area. And again, our dates for the rest of the work we need to do.
Thank you very much. So we do have a recommended action on we're at 10:30. And I must ask for a motion to extend, either in 15 or 30-minute units. Sorry, 15 or 30. Okay, I have a mover for 30. Sounds like an auctioneer here. And the seconder is Trustee Bishop. Thank you, Trustees Peddle and Bishop. And all those in favor of the extension? That's unanimous, and may I note for the minutes and for public announcements and billboards around town, Ray Mulholland also voted for it. Thank you. So, back to the motion on 10-1. I still don't have a mover on that one. And that trustees receive the East Hamilton City 1 accommodation review reports and defer a final decision for at least 60 calendar days as per the board's pupil accommodation review policy and Ministry of Education guidelines. Trustee Orban, do I have a seconder to that? Trustee Hicks? All those in favor? Okay, thank you. And I see that Abigail and Sandra have gone. And I just want to thank you two very much for your presentation, for being here, for being patient enough with our crazy schedule to wait as long as you did. And for the people in your committee who joined you here tonight, thank you all. Really appreciate all your hard work. Thank you very much. Because he's half my age, I'm going to ask Todd to chair the next one. Using this old lady excuse.
Large contingent.
Okay, thank you very much. We're moving to item number 11 while Jessica refuels or defuels or something. Anyways, item number 11, the Central Mountain Elementary Accommodation Review Report. So we'll begin with the Officer of Facilities to do introductions. Dan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, our final presentation this evening is for the Central Mountain Accommodation Review. The schools included in this accommodation review include Cardinal Heights, Eastmount Park, Franklin Road, GL Armstrong, Linden Park, Pauline Johnson, Queensdale, and Ridgemount. The committee began its work on October 1st, and through the course of 11 working group meetings and 4 public meetings, came up with 2 recommendations, presented their report to the director February 13th, and there's a contingent here to present their recommendation. The chair of that committee is Superintendent Michael Pendergast, and I will ask Michael to do the formal introductions of the ARC members.
Superintendent Pendergast.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to introduce 4 members of my committee who have agreed to be here tonight. To my left is Mr. Adam Hinks. Standing beside Mr. Hinks is Marnie Campbell and Marge Howden, and finally Jamie McLean. These 4 members of the committee have graciously volunteered to be with us tonight. We did do a great deal of work over the past few months together, and it's been an honor and a privilege to work with this group. I know there's a number of other people here from the committee as well, and some of the administrators also here to support their school teams. And welcome to many members of the public who are here who were active in participating throughout the process. We're going to share 2 options, much the same way that happened in the last presentation. I would be remiss if I didn't say that the options are not ranked in any particular order, that we're just presenting these as information tonight. We looked at 35 options formally. There were many more that we didn't consider, but the group's done a considerable amount of work. So without any further ado, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hinks.
Welcome to the boardroom, and thanks to all of our guests for staying late this evening and doing some very important work. So please go ahead.
Excellent. This thing here? Okay, so we have 2 recommendations. I'll go through the first one along with a few of our reference criteria and how that option met it. I think we'll pass it on down the line. So our first recommendation is the closure of Armstrong in 2015. Students from Armstrong, based on their residence, will be either at Eastmount or Queensdale. Queensdale remains a K-6 facility. Students from grade 7-8 from Eastmount will attend Franklin Road, and Queensdale 7-8s will attend Linden Park. Linden Park is renovated to accommodate 400 K-8 students in 2015. Franklin Road remains a K-8, and the ARC recommends an addition of a gym at that school. Ridgemount closing in 2015. Students based on residence attending Linden Park for K-8, or Pauline Johnson K-3 in Cardinal Heights for grades 4-8. We also recommend the construction of a new K-8 650 pupil place school at Cardinal Heights. Pauline Johnson completed for 2017. And then the contingency if funding is not available, Pauline Johnson, Cardinal Heights remain K-3, 4-8. There's our map. So the reference criteria we went through, the facility utilization, based on option 1, our utilization would increase from 71% to 94% in 2017, reducing approximately 700 pupil places, and 2 of the 5 schools remaining above 90% through 2022's projections. Permanent, non-permanent, there would be no use of any portables or portabacks. I lost count. Okay, sorry. As far as program offerings, we would have 3 K to 8 schools, and 2 schools would remain at JK to grade 6. And all students, as we've discussed, would have access to any programs they currently have in the new structures.
Hi, good evening. So, sorry, I'm talking about the quality of teaching and learning environments. Majority of this criteria is just about the same as all the other options that have been sent in from the other schools. Multiple classes per grade in the school allow for teachers' collaboration. Large schools often offer greater choices for curriculum and extracurricular activities. And families and students bring wonderful traditions to all schools. So I got to click, sorry. Right, okay, transportation. Again, recommendations, what is the Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board's transportation policy is to be looked at. Currently, there are 9 buses, not including special education, that are required for the Central Mountain, and we're looking for an addition of 2 buses to meet the needs of all students who qualify for transportation. Okay. The word went out. Nobody was interested in being part of a partnership. It's too bad. Recommendation, of course, for the upgrades of physically accessible standards needs to be taken into consideration. And that's still me, right? Yep, sorry. So for the requirements for our ARC number 1, we're looking at Linden Park to add 2 full-day kindergarten spaces and 2 to 3 classrooms. Franklin Road, recommendation, a gym addition to meet the ministry benchmark, and a new JK to 8, 650 pupil school to replace Cardinal Heights and Pauline Johnson. There's the funding. I don't really think you need me to go through it bench by bench, do you? I didn't think so. Is that okay? That I do it that way?
Whatever you prefer.
Great, because I'm sure everybody wants to get out of here. So there it is. Estimate cost, 14 million. Great. And status quo, everything's there. Okay. Can I keep going? So again, I just figure it's easier. You can see it, and you know what?
You're on a roll.
Everyone wants to get out. Thanks loads for your time.
We'll slow down for the second recommendation to go through that part and then speed up for that same old stuff.
Thank you.
So the recommendation number 2 has close Eastmount Park in June of 2015. All the students would attend George L. Armstrong for JK to grade 8. Close Linden Park in 2015. Students based on place of residence would attend either Franklin Road for JK to 8, Queensdale for JK to 6, or George L. Armstrong for grades 7 and 8. George L. Armstrong will remain a JK to 8 school. It would require 2 additional full-day kindergarten rooms. Franklin Road will remain a JK to 8 school, requiring 1 additional FDK room, and the ARC recommends a gym addition at Franklin Road to meet the ministry benchmark. Pauline Johnson and Ridgemount will remain JK to 5 schools with the same boundaries, and Cardinal Heights would remain a grade 6 to 8 school with a reduced boundary that would accommodate the graduates from Pauline Johnson and Ridgemount. And this is the map that shows the boundary changes. It's kind of hard to see when you don't have the original maps, but you guys will have all the paperwork together to figure that out. And again, this is kind of to keep going with the times. Facility utilization. Utilization goes from 71% to 89% in 2015. Reduction of approximately 607 pupil places, and 3 of the 5 schools are projected to remain above 90% utilization through 2022. Permanent and non-permanent accommodation, it would require no portables, no porta-packs. And the program offerings, the 2 JK to 8 schools, 2 JK to 5 schools, 1 JK to 6 school, and 1 6 to 8 school. All students would continue to have the same access to program, and this was really a heartfelt one for our committee, and extracurriculars and learning resources.
Sorry.
big voice. Flashback to grade 8 where doing my public speaking and like the 5 people before me did like Trivial Pursuit as their speech, so it's kind of like doing the same thing over and over again, so I'll try and make it quick. In terms of quality teaching and learning environments, the same thing as educators. Together we're better. The more we can collaborate together and work together, the better as educators we're going to be. Again, bigger schools equals more extracurricular opportunities, more things for the students to do, more engagement inside the building, which is great. And the last one again, and this was really important, I believe, with our 8 schools, there's a lot of tradition, and people love their schools. And so when schools have identities, that's really important so that everybody is encouraging of those students and they feel belonged and part of that school, which is really good. Which one do I hit? That one? Aha. Transportation, same as everybody else. It would currently add 3 additional buses to a total of 12 with the ARC recommendation number 2. Partnerships and equity, I think we get that. So I'll just move on. The capital requirements, again, we were sort of, one of our mandates was to see what would happen if we could get funding for a new build or what would happen if that didn't happen, and we just sort of had to make do without ministry funding for a new build. George L. Armstrong capital requirements, 2 full-day kindergarten spaces at Franklin Road, 1 additional full-day space, and then recommendation of that gym addition, again, helps with program in terms of having a large gymnasium for those students for physical education. In terms of the funding, again, a little bit lower, no new builds. So the recommended projects here, the cost is $1.7 million, saving some money with the sales of land. Looking at the one-year operational savings, of $389,000, and then with the ministry full-day kindergarten funding, $1.4 million. If everything stayed the same, we'd be looking at $37 million in renewal needs for all 8 schools. With the recommendation, we're looking at $27.2 million. And again, you can see the numbers that are there. So again, 2 recommendations not in order of preference, and that's the only new thing we've seen so far. The first one, number 1, closure of George L. Armstrong and Ridgemount, June 2015, building a new 650 pupil place school to replace Cardinal Heights Pauline Johnson, which is hopefully to be completed by September 2017. Second recommendation, closure of Eastmount Park and Linden Park in June 2015. And again, it was a really great learning experience working with Michael, with Ian and Ellen, and with all the administrators and the people in our group. So it was pretty humbling and inspiring to work with those people over the course of the last 6 months. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And now for the staff report, over to Manager Worling.
Thank you. So again, I'll start out with the original staff option. Originally, so these were presented in October. Our original option was to close Queensdale and Eastmount Park and moving students into GL Armstrong, and part of Eastmount Park would have gone into Franklin Road. Another recommendation was the closure of Linden Park. And those students, depending on address, would have either attended Ridgemount or Pauline Johnson. The other recommendation was the establishment of Pauline Johnson as a primary school for JK to 3 students, and Cardinal Heights as a junior intermediate school for students in grades 4 to 8 in September of 2014. And this was all in anticipation that we would then apply for funding from the ministry to build a new 550 pupil place JK to 8 school on the Pauline Johnson Cardinal Heights site. All of those were originally recommended to close in June of 2014. So those are that's the map for the original staff option. So the staff, in this case, we have revised our option. We have listened and made modifications to our recommendations, but we have not endorsed either one of the recommendations from the Accommodation Review Committee. So we are recommending the closure of Eastmount Park in June of 2015, and all of the students would attend GL Armstrong for JK to 8. And it's anticipated that GL Armstrong would require a full-day kindergarten renovation to accommodate the students. Next recommendation by staff is to close Linden Park in June of 2015, and depending upon the address of the students, they would either attend Queensdale or Franklin Road for JK to 8. Franklin Road would receive a full-day kindergarten addition and likely a gym addition as well to meet ministry benchmark. We're also recommending the closure of Cardinal Heights in June of 2015, and depending upon the students' addresses, they'll either attend Pauline Johnson, Ridgemount, Queensdale, or Franklin Road. Cardinal Heights was the 6 to 8 school for students from all 4 of those schools. We're recommending that Pauline Johnson become a JK to 8 school, that it would receive 2 full-day kindergarten classrooms and a 2-classroom addition. Ridgemount would need a 4-room addition as well to accommodate the JK to 8 students from its current boundary. The other piece is that Queensdale would remain open, receiving additional students from Linden Park and become a JK to 8 school. It may or may not require a FDK addition. Again, staff are recommending that the location of all of the special ed programs be reviewed upon final trustee recommendation. And as we move forward with construction of anything into these schools that will remain, we will always be vigilant in looking at what exactly each school needs, whether it be a special ed room, whether it be a full-day kindergarten room, or additional classrooms. All of that would be reviewed as we move forward with these recommendations. So that is the new boundaries for the schools. We'd be closing, as I said, Eastmount Park, Linden Park, and Cardinal Heights. When we look at the reference criteria, the utilization goes from 71% to 93%. The reduction of approximately 750 pupil places, and 4 out of the 5 schools would be projected to remain above 90% through 2022. Long term, it's not anticipated that portables or porta-packs would be required. It may be on a temporary basis as we do renovations or in the initial implementation of the boundaries. When we look at program offerings, our recommendation is that all students attend schools that are JK to 8, and that all students continue to have the same access to programming and extracurricular learning resources. You've seen these comments before. Again, all schools are converted to JK to 8 facilities, which reduces the number of transitions for before secondary schools. When we look at transportation, we'll adhere to the transportation policy. We currently need 9 buses. It's estimated 2 additional buses would be required to provide transportation for students. You've heard the partnership opportunities and the equity piece before. When we look at our long-term facilities master plan guiding principles, we do, through these recommendations, reach that 90 to 110% school utilization. Our capacities, currently 6 out of 8 of our schools have the capacity of less than 350 students. This recommendation would create 5 schools that are larger than 350, and an average capacity would increase from 369 to 439 pupils. When we look at the grade reorganizations, we currently have 3 JK to 5s, 2 JK to 6, 2 JK to 8s, and 1 6 to 8 in this community. Staff recommendation is that we move to 5 JK to 8 schools. And when we look at site size, the average school site size would increase from 5.7 acres to 6.7 acres. So once the final decisions are made, we'll finalize the capital requirements. At this point in time, looking at the enrollment projections that we have today, GL Armstrong needs a full-day kindergarten space. Franklin Road needs another full-day kindergarten space and potentially a gym addition. Pauline Johnson requires 2 full-day kindergartens and 2 regular classrooms. Ridgemount requires 4 regular classrooms to accommodate the JK to 8. And Queensdale may require a full-day kindergarten addition, renovation, all of that. How we would make those accommodation changes is all subject to final review as we move forward. I'm going to turn it over to Officer Del Bianco.
Very quickly, funding for the entire project is approximately $3.6 million, of which almost the entire project can be self-funded through proceeds of disposition. This is one of the projects, or one of the only ARCs, where we can confidently say that we can self-fund the entire project. We'd still submit it as capital priorities to the Ministry of Education, but barring that, we have the abilities in-house to self-fund it. And again, through proceeds of disposition, through potential savings in operational costs, and again, we have $2.1 million at our disposal in full-day kindergarten funding. Under the status quo, if nothing were to change, there's approximately $37 million in deferred capital maintenance if we have all 8 schools. We would decrease that from 37 to 22 million, which would have to be done, or we anticipate approximately 6 million in the first 5 years, and the balance of that from year 6 onward. We do carry an allotment of 2.7 or approximately $3 million to make sure that the remaining schools are brought up to ministry standards if it's gymnasiums that have to be increased, for example. And in this particular case, we have an accessibility allowance that we also carry of approximately $710,000. In total, it's the recommended closure of Cardinal Heights, Eastmount Park, and Linden Park. We're looking at removing approximately $13 million in deferred capital maintenance. And again, working with the committee, we believe that the recommendation is the best long-term and short-term solution for this accommodation review area. And finally, our dates moving forward.
All right, thank you, Officer Del Bianco, and thank you to the committee for all your work. I know on a very regular basis we have a number of community volunteers that do partake in a number of committees, and what we do have to remember is that all of you are in fact volunteers here, volunteering your very valuable time as well. Many of our community members who have joined us this evening, some that have left earlier, but nonetheless we also thank any and all participation at this board. So thank you very much. Okay, so we need a motion to accept the report. So I'm looking for a motion.
I will move to accept.
Okay, Trustee Orban has moved to accept the report. Do we have a seconder? That's by, I think actually I heard Trustee Petal second that. Okay. Oh, quietly. Perfect. Got it. We turned you down. Sorry, Laura.
Mr. Chair.
So, okay, so we have a mover seconder. So to the motion, Trustee Orban.
Well, I would like to say that this particular group worked very hard. They were a professional group. They're in full attendance all throughout the process. And I have to state that they really, really did their very best to appease the community, because we're looking at 8 schools here, Mr. Chair. But I want to say one more thing. I was pleased to see that the staff report was reconsidered, and that's very important to me. And there was some good thinking going on at that time. So I really appreciate that. But really, I want you to remember that this was a grieving community. We were not that trusting, but we do believe now that the staff realized that we mean business, and we're happy that they were taking the time to revisit the staff recommendations, and I thank you for that. And you have to thank the community for all that they contributed to them. Okay. So thank you so very much once more. And I also, by the way, wanted to tell you that at the hands of Superintendent Prendergast and our accommodation staff here, can I call you that? They really tried hard to please us and to meet our needs. I want to thank you very much for your contribution to making this work.
Okay, thank you very much for those kind words, Trustee Orban, and thank you once again all around. But we do need to vote on the motion. So to the motion to accept the report and not make any final decisions. Yeah, so the motion as written on 11-1. So all in favor? Aaron? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone for staying late this evening. We are looking for a motion to adjourn. Trustee Simmons, seconder, Trustee Brennan, all in favor. That is carried. Thank you very much. Thanks, Laura. Have a great night.
Thank you, everyone, for tuning in tonight. Have a safe night.